7.2, unlike Ripple on this Grok. But still, at the end of the day, there is like compensation here, right? Their passives give them the extra stats, so therefore it's not necessarily going to be as high as a 7.2. But in the meantime, Team Hawk, hopefully they don't make the same mistake again, right? Lexia has been struggling to find really effective swan songs. And I mean, I think that Team Hawk is banking on this combo a little too much.
Yeah, RSGMY has a little bit more aware now that there is so many people that can actually cancel Marag. Storm can kind of mirror that. He has the Phantom Slash. We've got Izanami with Molina. We've got the taunt from Vinogo. And currently, RSGMY aware about this. It feels like Team Hawk, all they gotta do is just play this macro lane. Like, there's a huge wave shoving down bottom. Just be patient. I
mean, to be fair, I think Team Hawk this game been playing macro league the entire time, and RSGMY on the opposite end playing more.
Oh, conceal, final snatch, gobbles up the Frederick, but where's the damage? Do they force the Swan Song? Yes, they do. They get an easy pickoff. Now they have to back off. They don't have the Swan Song. Iris flickers back with his mobile turtle. Contest not good enough. Janus gets picked off. It's gonna be free for all. Who's gonna get the Lord? Is it the war? It's gotta be Storm. It's gotta be the Valentina. And now the Leos with the double kill. This Wonder Boy, and now with the Drunken Bait buying even more time. Noir, you are not the Arlot. I am the one. Get the heck out of my base. You are gonna be bullied out with the Xanadu Force. They even find him. A godlike follow Leo. RSGMY has done a miraculous play. Storm to start things off. What a play.
Nicely done. Very nicely done by RSGMY. Great itemization by Vinogo. If he didn't have that anti-cuirass, then at least the Sakin would have been able to melt him. If he didn't have that Athena shield, then it would have been Lexia who was going to melt him. At the end of the day, despite 2 damage dealers on top of him with 4 men trying to hold Vinogo down, he manages to survive and buy just enough time for RSGMY to counter-engage.
Oh my goodness, what a blunder once again, but hopefully HP. Now RSGMY finds that inch. Can they take the mile? Repo looking for the flicker play. He doesn't have the flicker, but the final stash. Drag Storm in. They're sick of him. He's got the immortality. He needs to get out. Cannot go for the Winter Trunk and swap. Izanami next to fall. They go in for the all-out brawl. Now Noir trying his best to finish on Repo. He can't, but Lolio, he's just so strong. He's so nimble. He's killing everyone, and Saken can't do anything about it. All he can do is just watch. He's gonna go for the Lycan bounce. He finds Vinogo. 3v1. They need to go in for the reset. Immeasurable still falling. Minion still shoving. Crystal exposed. Saken will die. Immortality. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Legendary for Lolios. RSGMY makes the biggest comeback. They reverse sweep this fight. They take the clean 2-0. They deny Team Hawk their chance of redemption.
That's it. Actually disgusting. RSGMY, nicely done. Not the cleanest games they've ever experienced in the world, but extremely stressful with ever-changing tides. Ripple, that's all you here. The camera's on you. You do what you want. But you gotta give it to Storm and as well as Izanami. Izanami neutralizing the win condition of Team Hawk, and Storm making sure that he is known to be the best goddamn roamer you have ever seen.
That was the sickest comeback I've seen, and I'm curious to see what RSG has to say about that insane match as we are about to throw it over with Rose, the host.
Wow, what a series! Dua berbalas kosong. Kemenangan untuk pasukan RSGMY. Guys, please give them a warm round of applause. Wow, match 2 agak intense, agak sengit. But before anything else, Ripple, ini adalah first interview awak musim ini. How are you feeling and how do you feel to be back on stage?
Right now I'm feeling good because last few weeks before I kan dah tak main kan sebab maybe ada urusan kahwin ke apa, but this time I dapat main and dapat prove something lah. Even though I tak main tapi I still perform.
Wow. So macam apa Zon cakap lah, walaupun Ripo ni dah lama tak main, dia punya Yuzong still boleh bagi orang macam takut sampai respect ban.
Ya, padahal tak ada pun nak pick Yuzong.
Tak,
Tapi
semalam
diorang
kan
bet.
Zon cakap.
Oh,
Okay, so dengan kemenangan ini, adakah prestasi RSG MY looks much better? And do you think ada lagi peluang untuk mendapatkan slot ke playoffs?
buat masa sekarang performance orang cakap tak terlalu nak bagus sangat lah, sebab kita early game pun agak struggle sikit game tadi, tapi alhamdulillah dapat maintain until late game lah, so kita dapat comeback kan game tu, so alhamdulillah.
Alright, can we please pass it to Storm? Hi Storm, how are you?
Good.
You're good? You're feeling hyped?
Yes, very hyped.
Very hyped. Okay, yeah, just now I could see you and Vinogo were so hyped after you won that second game. Okay, Storm, you guys will be meeting Kodak next week and Bounty in week 6. How confident are you in this upcoming matchup?
I think this 2-0 is a really big boost to our team's morale, because even though we had a low streak, we were really determined to win, and I think from our recent wins, we will be really ready to fight Kodak and Bounty.
Alright, okay. So guys, sebelum kita continue kita punya sesi interview, korang rasa siapa yang yang MVP? Nak dengar? Alright, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Jeng. Oh wow, sekarang dah ada blow effect Wow, Loliel. Okay, MVP Loliel. Kita nampak gold lane Loliel tadi mengganas. Okay, Loliel sebagai ex-teammate Lexia dan juga Iris, apa yang you nak kata dekat dorang, and how does it feel to win after, a pretty rough time?
Kepada Lexia dan Iris, tetaplah semangat. Kamu kuat. Boleh bagi fight juga dekat kami semua.
Okay, so selepas you guys kalah lose streak kan, so macam mana you guys actually bincang dengan problems yang you guys ada, dan macam mana you guys adapt balik dengan kekalkan momentum untuk mendapatkan balik momentum?
Kami semua brainstorm sama-sama lah untuk cuba mencari kemenangan balik, dan syukurlah hari ini menang.
Alright, thank you. Can you please pass it to Sora? Hi Coach.
Hello Rose.
Okay, casters tadi terkejut dengan draft game kedua sebab you guys ambil 3 mage. Apa keputusan dan apa jadi kenapa you chose to bagi the 3 mages to your team? What was the reason behind that?
So untuk draft game kedua tu sebenarnya idea datang daripada player sendiri, terutama Storm. Storm suggest kat saya yang dia boleh bermain Valentina Roam, dan draft tu juga sebenarnya bagus untuk kita orang menang poking, so kita orang bagi space dekat Elton untuk farm and dominate juga untuk mid and late game macam kita boleh tengok tadi. So it's a good suggestion from player lah.
I see. So it's a player suggestion. Dia yang sendiri cakap dia boleh main Valentina Roam.
Sorry?
It's a player suggestion actually.
Yeah. Player suggest to me. I think I see the draft. It's good, so I just agree to it lah.
Alright, thank you. Can you please pass it back to Ripo? Okay, Ripo, sebab you adalah satu calon untuk perlawanan Hotlink X MPL My Jago All-Star yang akan datang. Apa yang you nak cakap dekat peminat you untuk undi awak untuk show match ini?
untuk show match Hotlink nanti?
Yes.
Oh, so untuk fans-fans dekat luar sana, walaupun saya tak banyak main, tapi bola saya supaya korang boleh nampak, saksikan kebanyakan taunting yang akan ada.
Oh, itu yang kita nak, betul tak? Betul kan? Tu yang kita rindu, Ripo. Alright, thank you so much and congratulations. Please go celebrate your victory. Wow. Minggu diraja, hari terakhir, game pertama, tapi perlawanan ini sangat sengit. Dia dah macam vibe seru Saturday dah. Tapi it's a Sunday. And bukan ini sahaja yang menarik hari ini sebab selepas match ni kita ada Homeboys menentang Toda. Tapi sebelum tu, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang RSG buat betul untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ini. Casters, silakan.
Well, the MVP of the match is gotta be Lolio's 2 games in a row with his Brody as well as his Harif this game, 18-2 and 14. He was able to just clean house after all the plays coming in. I would say the setups coming from Storm, and he even won his individual 1v1s against Sakin. And guess what? Sakin, you're not the better marksman, man. I'm the better one. Lolio's, man, me, MVP, baby.
I mean, Loliel's, he had a strong game, both when he was playing Brody, but as well as when he's playing Harith. It feels like he's kind of like tempered himself, right? He knows when he wants to go into these fights, he's not being hyperly aggressive like he used to be previously, and that's when usually RSGMY gets punished in previous seasons. Now it feels like he's matured a lot more, right? Knowing when his timings are supposed to be, and knowing when the major resources are down so that he can actually go in and have the free-for-all and really abuse his mechanics.
Yeah, the thing about Lodios is that when you give him the space and opportunity, he will just send it, right? And he was given multiple attempts in this particular fight, especially for the Harif. And it's no surprises that he is the MVP. And I want to see more about this because RSGMY has brought something new to the table. And guess what? Is this a rainless era or is it going to be sunshine? But for so far, 2 days now, it feels like RSGMY maybe waiting for a rainbow.
Look, I don't know. I think that RSG got decently lucky in this match, in game number 2 in particular, right? It could have ended super early and gone to a game number 3, and I would have liked to see whether or not RSG could go the distance. I think that Team Hawk have a lot of work of not tunnel visioning, man. 19 minutes into this game, 25-23. This game was so much closer. Look at it. It was so many of these objectives falling into the hands of Team Hawk, but they just could not close the game out.
Well, agreed. Like, it felt like it was a one-sided massacre coming from Team Hawk for game number 2, but eventually they just overextended, made a mistake, right? Game 1, they made the mistake with Iris dropping the ultimate here. This game, they had Noir starting the fight. It looked a little bit better, but they overcommitted to that fight, and this was pretty much what made them blunder a little bit more. But what really surprises me is that RGMY, look at the items. They only have tank items up on Vinogo, and Repo, full damage, technically, you know, converges into physical defense, but only one Athena shield, and everyone else is just full damage. What?
Yep, full damage. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, Storm is getting a pretty huge shield with the Blood Wings and gets extra movement speed, and he's pretty mobile with 2 dashes inbuilt into his kit, and it's not like Team Hawk have a real means of chasing, right? They've only got 2 heroes that do that, either Saken and Noir, and if they commit onto Storm too hard, yeah, they're trading a kill, but also it leaves them out of position to die to Izanami, to Vinogo, hollowed up by Rippo as well. So if anybody decides to mess with Storm, Vinogo and Rippo are more than happy to give up their lives to allow Lolios to blaze through the rest of their team if those 2 go down.
Yeah, and when it comes to this kind of fights as well, it feels like Team Hawk had so much wombo combo damage output, like instant burst, but RGMY just had the tools to just out-sustain them. And Lolio's now 92,000 damage. Well, I think now it makes a lot of sense why he's the MVP, because given the tools that is needed to actually overcome as well, we've got Noir, who's got a way to lock him down, the burst coming from Nixia, but because he's got uncontested roam with those shields, and like you said as well, instant shields values from those dashes, it's just disgusting. Like, he just out-sustained everything that Team Hawk just dropped on the table.
I mean, honestly, it shouldn't have gotten to this point. Like, Saken was doing an absolutely fine job. Like, yes, he died in lane, and I think that just comes down to his emblem setup. He did, in terms of item progression, he was doing the correct things, building the Windtalker so he has full control over the lane, and that way he's able to kind of match the clear speed with Loliel's. My problem is that he keeps on opting to go for the common emblem when I really think he should be going for the assassin emblem this time around, because the extra bit of penetration is making all the difference here in these trades, right? Like, honestly, these trades should be in favor of Saken as long as he doesn't take the center of the fissure from Harith.
I think the idea coming from Saken is because of the fact that most of the tank items has kind of been nerfed. and he was hoping to take advantage of those common emblems to kind of abuse the early engagements, right? But again, like I said, early games, great. Once you drag into the late game,
Wait,
I don't think
no. Back it up. You take the common emblems to abuse the early engages. At what point did common emblem was like, yes, this is the early game item, man?
Well, in this case, to be honest, I think I'm trying to think from his perspective, but I get where you're getting.
His perspective, especially because I've made a video on this, right? Some people go for common emblem, especially if they're not confident on this Roger, because you have to manage his mana pretty often. His ability, he technically has 4 abilities prior to level 4.
Okay.
Right? So at that point of time, Saken can now actively, continuously walk up, try and trade, walk up, try and trade. Lolios, on the other hand, it's a Harith matchup, right? He's trying to waste his mana as much as possible, and when he runs out of mana, he forces the recall and then gets an advantage. He's not looking to kill him in lane. He's trying to make him recall in the lane.
Yeah, he's going to try and bully him out of the lane, right? Like, I think I see where you're getting at as well, but again, I feel like Team Saken is just not comfortable on this Roger. Like, I feel like Lolios should be in that position, but at the same time, when Saken just drafted 2 times in a row, it just didn't work. And it feels like this is a trend that kind of appears in MPL My, right? Like, one guy makes that hero look so good, everybody decides to try it. And Innocent was the first one to kind of introduce it in MPL My, okay? Let's not talk about who came up with this idea for MPL PH and blah, blah, blah. But ever since Innocent made it look good, everybody tried it out, and now it came out of a situation that who is the better Roger?
Yeah, we heard many interviews saying that like, hey, why'd you pick Roger? Well, it's like it's all based on the user. You have to be aggressive. We heard it from Panda, we've heard it from Innocent, we've heard it from Nets as well. Roger is one of those heroes where it's like, yes, it's mechanically difficult, but it's one of those things where you have to be proactive in the lane. You can't just say, I'm gonna sit back, I'm not going to trade. You have to actively trade.
Yeah, it's more like you have to switch between having a fighter mentality and a marksman mentality, right? And choosing when and when not to go in is going to be very, very crucial. And to understand that principle is going to be very difficult and requires a lot of time and experience to master over majority of a traditional marksman where, again, quote unquote, Layla, Mia, just sit back and watch.
I think Saken, he is good on scaling marksmen. He's good at positioning specifically. When it's about going all in utilizing Roger, I think that's where he gets a little like uncomfortable, right? Because he feels like, oh, I should be able to one-shot. And when he doesn't one-shot that person, it's like, oh, shucks, I'm really out of position now. How do I kind of recover from these situations? It's going to take a bit of time, but I think he'll eventually master it. But right now, the major crux of Team Hawk's comp was Lexia, right? That Swan Song was supposed to be making the difference here. It was supposed to change the entirety of the game, but RSG neutralizes him, right? We look at the Hall of Fame, Rich Guy and as well as the carry going over to Lolios, without a doubt, it makes so much sense, right? Once you neutralize that Swan Song, the Zaman Force is going to go untouched, and Arlet by then has already been, a majority of the time, right? We see Noir go for those big flicker plays with the final slashes, and don't get me wrong, they are very good and very accurate on some key targets, but they can't burst them down fast enough.
Yeah, and on top of it all, once he does that, that means that it's a major spell that may or may not cancel their spells, pretty much gets taken out. So this is where Storm is able to utilize all these movements very, very nicely as well, because each time he uses Terrify, he just annoys them, stops their tempo, maybe even uses one of the spells himself. And so far, him initially using the Swan Song to mirror Lexia was great. And then when he hit towards the middle stage of the game, he tried Insanity, didn't work. When it came to the end game here, I don't think damage was an issue for RGMY, and he realized that setup was the issue. Stealing the final stash was the play that RGMY needed, and because of that, it forced Team Hawk into awkward positions where RGMY should not be possible to get away, but imagine 4 players coming in with one first skill for Lolios, pretty much crits everyone.
Well, I mean, it's the adjustment and also the awareness of your teammates, and I think that's what Storm is really good at, right?
Yeah.
Because again, he's stealing these last insanities because he doesn't have much of a choice. When we look at the goal graph, right, it starts making sense. He's stealing last insanities around the 2nd turtle, so about the 5th minute of the game onwards. That's because Lexia just doesn't show himself. I don't have a choice, and more importantly, Izanami is taking too much punishment. So therefore, I need him to kind of calm down, wait for him to get his first 2 items, and then we can start thinking about going for bigger and better things. Not once did we see Storm go for the swan song. He didn't even bother anymore. It's all about neutralizing it, canceling it, and let Lolios do his job, because Ripple is taking too much punishment, Binogo is taking a lot of punishment, and this is as good as it gets for me.
Again, this was a very, very high risk, high reward kind of scenario for RGMY. Technically, they should have gotten away with it with Team Hawk. Technically, should have gotten it in the bag, right? Like twice now. Both Noir, I think first game it was Iris that started the fight towards the tier 3, but second game it was Noir, had a very, very good engagement, but again, overcommitment from Socket.
I would say it's more so the itemization from Binogo, which saved the day. Had he built anything else other than Athena Shield and as well as the anti-cuirass on top of the Sky Guardian's helmet in that very when he got picked off initially, right? Had he not had those items, he would have died so much sooner, way sooner than necessary, right? But Team Hawk, I like the ideas that they have. I like some of the executions that they have. I just think that they tunnel vision like way too hard. There's so many times where they can actually like really make the difference, or arguably just end the game. Right here is where they could have ended the game, right?
Oh,
what is Ripple supposed to do?
Oh, yeah, Repo was trying to isolate the fight, right?
Like,
but Lexia, he flickered forward with the Swan Song and got punished heavily for it. Like, he could have just used it defensively to close out the game. It was a little bit unnecessary, but this was a big catch from Storm to allow Lolios to just wipe the floor with them.
Exactly. And I think that Sakin, he was too eager on beating Loliels. He could have just backed up a little bit and started positioning himself to crack open the crystal and force the members away. And this final one here, man, oh my god, Storm. Just the neutralization, right? Izanami in tandem with Stoa, making sure that Lexia just does not play. Look, instantly cancel the Swan Song. Straight away, he nearly gets one shot. Rippo jumps in, gets the wild charge at the same time. Now Loliels has free reign. He does whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's straight up like the synergy between both Storm and Izanami is just off the roof to set this up. Like, quote unquote, I know we're just raving around these two combos here. Yeah, we're not trying to take away credit from Lolios, but again, Lolios is getting free reign. But with that being said here, RGMY, they finally take a 2-0 themselves, securing themselves a 3-point lead right now, where they shot themselves up from 8th place. Now, currently on 4th place.
That's the beauty of it. These 2-0s are extremely valuable, and that's why anybody in the middle of the pack could easily start jumping up and contesting for that top 4. SRG, on the other hand, is just going to be looking from above, watching from the rooftops. Todak, on the other hand, ideally, hopefully for them, if they're able to get some points here, they might be able to keep their spot, because Homeboys, Team Hawk, RSGMY, and King Empire could easily overtake them.
Now, technically, almost everyone has played 7 to 6 games now, 6 to 7 games now, except for Todak. But again, if Todak secures another 2-0 for themselves, means they pretty much solidify themselves in 2nd place. But again, RGMY, they finally make it to top 4. And again, staying in the top 4 means that you are in the comfort zone, but ideally, you want to be in the top 6 to make it into playoffs first.
Well, they still have 2 more games to worry about that, right? Ideally, they can get 2 O's in both of them to 100% guarantee that they are going to make it to at least the top 6. We don't know how some of these other games might go. Other teams might be able to finish off their games with 2 O's as well, and then everybody kind of just stays the same. But, you know, considering everything that has happened here, at least these are the types of performances that I would have liked to see all the way back in week number 1, right? Creative ideas, teams that are playing well together mechanically, not making too many mistakes overall, generally learning how to play things outside of the game and applying it into the game.
Yeah, I think this is something that, you know, every MPL has happened here in MY, right? Like every single season, first week, it's always going to be slow, it's going to be adapting, it's all about learning the meta, blah, 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 blah. But guess what? I can see where you're leading at, but like, hey, why not week 1 was a little bit better? Because technically, quote unquote, this week is considered a new patch. So why did first week's new patch didn't go as what we see for this week, correct?
No, it's not just the patch, it's just the overall preparation for some of these teams.
Fair
the
enough.
Polish on some of them. Week 1, we didn't see a lot of teams that have any polish at all. Now we can see, like, okay, they've put the varnish on, and now they just need to kind of buff it out a little bit more, and that's definitely doable. But coming up next, these are 2 teams that have polish, that have shown that from this week onwards, it's crunch time. It's going to be the Homeboys up against Todak this time, and Todak on the up and rise, and Homeboys finally revved and warmed up. This is the big match of this Sunday.
well, it's not just the big match. It's going to be the hottest match, because the reason why I say hottest is we are going to have a full house here in MPSG. And while this is happening, we're going to be steaming piping hot right here at the desk. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be so cooked. But of course, for your excitement and pleasure, we are going to be seeing some spicy matches, because Todak has finally found their footing this week. But is it going to be enough to shut down Homeboys? And again, Homeboys also looking to eye for the top 2 spot. So it is going to be a lot of weights coming from both sides here to try and secure the top 2. Who's going to be the upper brackets? We have to find out for that, man.
Hopefully we don't get to see too many mechanical mistakes. I would like to see which team has the better foresight overall. I would lean more into Todak because of Zion Senpai, and he has shown that quality during his time with SMG and even before that. So
You
that's
have
why I'm
been
excited.
biased on Zion since like forever, haven't you? If Zion Senpai plays one team, you're just gonna say that's the better team, aren't you?
No, I'm talking about foresight here. I think Udil
really?
does have some foresight, but
Okay.
he needs to be able to translate it well to the rest of the team. And I think Zion has done that many, many times with the different teams that he's on to many different players.
So why you gotta disrespect Udil, man? Like, Udil is just, the best toxic player. He's the best trash talker, and he's proven himself to be the better mage, man. What do you mean that Zion is better, man?
I'm not saying Zion is better. I'm saying that he has a quality that is very valuable for international tournaments.
Okay, we gotta settle this later on, man. Like, now you're team Zion and I'm team Udil right now, right?
Sure, dude. Yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah.
man.
Wow. He's the cool guy that just says like, you know what, Zion's the better team. But of course, why don't you guys stick around to find out? But not now. Maybe later. Come back later, because we're gonna be taking a short break and we'll be back with the next hot match. It's gonna be Homeboys versus Todak. See you guys.
Timmy, back up.
Back up, guys.
We have the fight.
guys.
Lower. Barat. Boleh.
Andai.
Last hit, nice one.
Ulti, Rafa.
Aku ada.
Nice Iris.
Go this.
Ripon all flicker.
Eh.
One hit.
No,
Nice.
Naughty Barat. Nice.
Stop, guys.
It's okay. Barat. Nice one. Pakito.
Go, guys.
Si, Janus. Let's go. Bisa.
Nice.
It's okay. Barat last hit. Nice one.
Bisa, guys.
Bisa.
Pakito.
No. Hero. I push that, Roger. Nice one.
Nice one, leg shot!
Nice one!
Thank you, leg shot!
Nice one, Nir. Nice decision.
Nice one, here.
Simi.
Tingin.
Lasia.
Gas.
Stop. Nice one. Boleh.
No piri.
Nice.
Mid. Odette.
I'm good.
Yeah, do you want to go? Oh shit.
Odette.
Roger is free. No Fury.
Tower. Still up sword. One hit. Nice one.
Dead.
Lord.
I fear.
Lord. Clear.
Smoke.
Arlot ulti.
Hey, they don't have skill, guys. They don't have
Yeah,
skill.
Hey, all skill. Hey, back low. Hey, they get knocked up. Back up down.
No flicker.
Nice one. Lord.
I got the Lord!
Nice.
Base.
Base. Recall. Base. Can you out?
Odette sila ball.
Can we go?
Nice one here.
Nice one.
I thought.
Roger. Out.
Back!
He will fight back.
I need more. Go.
Nice one.
I'm talking.
Fight.
Pure.
Wait for Harry.
I thought him.
Wait for Harry to guys.
Wet faulty. Mid.
My ulti 20 second. Nice.
Odette.
Nice one! RSG!
kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Sendiri dah bincangkan.
Penalti zone yang cukup baik. Berjaya untuk dapatkan 3 orang pemain. Setelah Ovigal terus masuk melakukan pelanggaran. Kedudukan cukup berbahaya untuk Menunggu. Nyawa sekarang dia juga untuk Lolian. Killing spree berjaya untuk dapatkan oleh Sakit. Tapi dia ditumbangkan juga. Kali ini 2 orang sudah berdua. 2 orang ditambah ke depan. Dengan penggunaan Sonso yang dibuka. Lolian sama bos. Yang sudah dibazirkan. Namun Lekja juga akan ditumbangkan. Ripo berjaya untuk dijatuhkan pada saat ini. Pemain-pemain daripada Basket RSG dalam berbahaya. Itu betul digunakan pakai. Lihat Ripo yang cuba untuk dapat Lekja. Tapi Lekja berjaya. Namun dengan satu penambahan Slas daripada Storm berjaya untuk mengakibatkan Nuar yang berjaya untuk ditumbangkan. Takkan versus everybody sekarang ini. Berjaya untuk dapatkan Penogo. Seorang pemain sudah bertumbangkan dalam retribution, tapi Aris dengan kedudukan yang sangat-sangat dalam senyawanya bersama dengan Danos yang berjaya untuk ditumbangkan. Lot milik siapa sekarang? Lot milik siapa saja, tapi Storm yang akan dapatkan Lot. RSG.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Moon je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
jetuin dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! What? Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita katakan ada satu buah reward pun Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafannya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melampangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil punya anjing semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk tempat Tony-nya. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Hey, Syah. Lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa ni macam. Lu cakap sama gua. Nanti buat ke sini mau.
Ready. Alright.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Cursed gift! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion. Dia lepas sudah lah. Oi, kau terus gila. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah fikir.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
No idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik eh?
Tapi adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, Im ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena, pakai hero pun pelik-pelik and dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah, try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3 until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we stick. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that, and then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua. I feel so bad until now. I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Okay, will make someone cry.
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me lah, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. I thank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu, saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah. Dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan Airi sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke Minggu Diraja MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match kedua hari terakhir Minggu Diraja, mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan Homeboys yang akan menentang Todak, and I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan ini. Tapi sebelum tu, a little bit of, let's do a bit of a vibe check, okay? Dewan MBSJ, are you ready? Tengok, semua orang dah ready because setiap season inilah match yang ramai orang tak sabar nak tengok. Sebab ini adalah, perlawanan Sang Raja Lautan dengan Sang Burung Hantu. Dan mesti ramai gila yang tak sabar nak tengok match ni kan? Betul? Betul? Okay, so sebelum players nak naik atas pentas, kita buat check. Okay, kita tengok dekat side Todak macam mana hype fans Patriots hari ni. Alright, let's see. Patriots, are you ready? Okay, kita tengok side Homeboys pula. Boleh ke diorang lagi kuat daripada side Todak? Flame Boys, are you ready? Wow. Okay, so nampaknya dua-dua side dah ready. Pasukan pun sudah ready. Okay guys, so korang rasa siapa akan menang match ni? Kenapa dengan side Todak je? Homeboys, Todak. Homeboys 2-0 ke 2-1? 2-0, 2-1, game sengit ke game easy? Wow. Guys, dengar tak? Side ni cakap easy je. Tu kuat. So, Todak easy ke sengit ni? Macam tak dengar suara side Todak kali ni. Wow, Homeboys. Todak. Baiklah, mari tanpa membuang masa lagi, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Homeboys! We see the boys march in with high spirits and most importantly with confidence and swag. It is indeed time for the boys to secure yet another victory. Will the swordfish, the king of the ocean, be the next victim? Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champions, Homeboys! Taming the king of the jungle in the Clash of Kings. They return today with a quest to seize the throne. Representing Malaysia once again is their main goal. Can they fly high and claim another win? Time to langgar Todak!
Marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League of Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah semangat, inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, nampaknya semua players sudah ready. Tapi sebelum tu, I nak share sikit pasal favourite captain korang. Mesti semua orang ada favourite captain sendiri. Sebab you guys kena undi favourite captain anda untuk participate dalam kejohanan pertama Hotlink X MPL MY Jago All-Star. Mana 4 captain yang dipilih akan buat tim sendiri untuk compete dalam perlawanan ini di Stadium MBSJ pada 18 Mei nanti. Macam mana nak undi? Pergi ke www.hotlink.com.my. Lepas tu cari je bahagian Jago 5G untuk gaming MLBB, and votings are open until 2nd of May. So jangan lupa to vote for your favorite captain. Alright, sebelum kita throw to the casters, kita nampak full house hari ni. So how about kita dengar side daripada Flame Boys. Alright, Flame Boys, are you ready? Wow. Tapi I rasa side Todak mestilah tak nak kalah, betul tak? Alright, so apa kata kita try pula side Todak. And with that, Todak, are you ready? Okay, the players are set, the casters are set, and most importantly, the fans are set. And with that, fans, this is your moment. Game on!
Well, what a way to start things here in MPSA. We'll come back to the MPL MY Season 13 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. We are currently live at the venue with a huge crowd. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Getting Q as we take you through the English commentaries. Wow, the highlight of this week. The biggest match, El Clasico. Todak versus Homeboys. Like, I'm getting a lot of... I'm getting the grand finals vibes right now.
It seems like you're hopped up on Nescafe. That's what it feels like. Because again, it's hard not to feed off the energy of a crowd of this size, especially for one of our most anticipated games. Both teams on the up and coming, and both currently on a win streak. So I don't know about you guys, but I feel like they are well equipped.
Agreed. And while they're well equipped as well, they have been competing at the highest level here in MPL MBSJ using the ROG phones. They have been dominating the games with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. And of course, a big shout out again, once again, ROG Phone 8. You can scan the QR code right down below and check out the full specs if you guys want a smoother experience in MLBB. And of course, keeping up with our pros at the top of the game. If you're gonna push your rank, now's a good time. Scan the QR code. Check it out. It's pretty good. It gives you that upper edge over your usual phones, baby.
Yeah, man. I mean, with the quality of life changes in this patch alone, having the extra hertz on that, well, screen, that touch screen of that ROG Phone 8 really does actually give you a significant feeling difference in your games. Speaking of this particular game, I think that it's really going to boil down to the draft because execution has been looking mighty fine for either side. The macro decisions that are being made overall has been tip-top.
Yep, and speaking of macro decisions as well, of course, when we talk about Homeboys, Zorn is going to be the guy that's got to be watching out on it. He's the guy that brought in Chips and made it work. And Chips so far is a 100% win rate. And of course, will we see it today? We got to find out. However, Todak, okay, king of the ocean. They were once a king. They have got 3-time MPL champions before. At the same time, it seems like they were struggling the previous weeks, but last Friday itself, they were doing pretty okay. And of course, when it comes to these two teams here, this is going to be the ultimate MPL MY Royal Derby, the Kings of Kings. And what I mean, the two most iconic teams here in MPL MY is going to face off. What do you think?
I think this has been a long time coming, and I'm very glad that they're able to polish themselves up before they got to this point, because both of these teams were looking really shaky at the beginning of the seasons with a little bit of a warm-up. Now they're looking more on form, a little bit more together, and their gameplay so far has been very tight.
Yep, and on top of it all, both teams have their imports thus far, and those imports has bring a different dynamic of change in MPL MY's gameplay in general, and is looking good. But here, when we talk about Kings here, these are the achievements that both sides have achieved thus far. From Homeboy sides, we've got Chibi as well as Serpat, MPL MY Season 12 champion as Kohai C Championship Season 1 champion as well, and we've got Zorn, MPL MY SG Season 3, Season 12, and also champion Kohai C Championship. And we also have Udil for MPL ID S3 champion, MSC 2019 champion, MPL I 2020 champion. And of course, from Todak side, we've got Season 9, Season 11 champion for Momo. Yeah, for Momo. And we've got Season 10 for Gary. We've got Season 8 for Zyme Zenboy. We've got PH, Season 4, Season 5, MOL PH champion for Raflesia. We've got a lot of champions here, bro. I don't know what to say. Like, all I see is just champions.
I mean, this is why this is the Royal Derby. I'm glad to be able to have witnessed all of these players actually achieve their own individual championships. So to me, there's a lot on the line for these teams, whether it be just for pride, just for ego, but at the end of the day, they're fighting for some very crucial points to increase their standings here at the MPL MY and maybe get a free bye in the upper brackets.
And in this case, when royalty, in this case, the majesties are summoning the people, and the people have answered, because here in the crowd, it's full house. It's really hard. We're going to be expecting some hot matches coming in. And to be honest, when we talk about the hot topics, I want to introduce the first team up here. To start things off, the introduction, we've got Homeboys. This is going to be the starting roster here. We have Udil, Serpat, Nets, Chibi, and Zorn to kick things off.
Now, this is an extremely dangerous team after the patch. A lot of the heroes that got buffed are actually abusable by a majority of the members. Nets didn't have to do too much. He gets a quality of life change for both Roger and especially for his Harith, both of which he has dominated on. Zorn as well. All of the off-meta tanks have increased their scaling growth when it comes down to its overall armor. Chibi, on the other hand, might even get access to his own assassins that he was well known before, but they're going against Todak. They have a very slow, methodical style of play, and now they're increasing the tempo to make sure that everybody is on page, and especially when they have Shizo on their side as well. Two Filipino imports going head-to-head against each other, while the rest of the team is looking to support them. Zyme Zenboy stands out amongst the rest, even amongst the Kage himself. Whether or not it's going to be a Valentina into a Farsa matchup or a Loyi into our Artillery Mage matchup, there's only one way to find out.
Yep, at the same time as well, this is what we call the King of the Oceans, right? That despite them having a completely different roster, they have proved themselves that they are capable to bear the brand. And as of yet, I feel this is going to be a little bit of an interesting factor because the fans, they're extremely excited to see this match. And personally, I feel like the biggest matchup I want to see is how is Zorn capable against Raflesia, because both of them has got very, very good international experience, but at the same time, their hero play styles varies very differently.
It varies differently indeed, but I think I think that we need to predetermine a couple things. The pillars of the teams, right? Let's have a look at the MPL MY insiders to get inside the head and ask a couple of questions to one of the big pillars of Todak, Momo himself.
Yep, and of course, the fans might not know the rivalry between Homeboys and Todak. What is the rivalry? It seems like he says that it's going to be XP versus XP, because we all know Serpat has been in MPL for a very, very long time, and Momo has been facing him off for a long, long time. And before he actually transitioned into the gold lane, he was the XP laner that had to deal with Serpat a majority of the time. So he's pretty pissed that he actually wants to stand a chance to actually beat Serpat this game.
I mean, Momo has developed over a very long period of time, and a very similar storyline can be applied to Homeboys' Serpat as well. Both of these are standouts in their own individual lanes. Momo in particular, it feels like he is unshakable. Serpat, on the other hand, very team-oriented, and only very few times you see him dominate the lane so hard that he's able to take full control over the game. So let's compare the stats, right? Based off of the numbers, we're seeing that the average KDA, it's in favor of Momo. Average damage taken comes down to Serpat, so it still follows along the same line. Serpat is able... Oh! Serpat notices it. He's noticing the difference here. Momo is not even taking a quick look, but Serpat is looking, is like counting, okay, I beat him in this, I beat him in this. Oh wait, I'm not beating him in kill participation. But Momo doesn't want to give him the other side of the heart.
Momo, oh, come on, Momo. Serpat calling for Momo. They know, do it. Come on.
Lower.
No,
too far.
Come on, Momo.
You can tell Momo very much more introverted compared to Supot, a lot more extroverted. I've seen Supot on his streams. Very jolly guy. Very keeps your mental state very healthy.
That's the thing, right? That's the difference between, you know, having a little bit more fun and being very, very focused. Supot is the guy that, hey, I'm gonna have fun. Momo, I'm gonna get into a serious play here, but in the plays here, I can't read BM that well. Kuda berlari melompat pagar, ku pasti yakin Todak akan langgar. Okay,
that's so good.
That's just a pun thing.
It's not a pun. It's a rhythmic poem. It rhymes essentially in the Bahasa language, right? If horses can jump over the fence, that means Todak can smash into them just as hard. Homeboys on the blue side as their first pick as we kick this best of 3 off with the draft. The picks and bans are coming through. Todak on the red side, we already see the Fanny. We already see the Lo Yi. Chip and as well as Matilda banned out. They're getting rid of the signatures from either side.
Well, this is something that I think I kind of want to see both sides kind of bring to the table, right? Because Homeboys yesterday, Nets, he really put a big W in yesterday's games. Like, they should have won that game 2-0. It should have gone the dragged on so long. Nets was the guy that kept everything in check for Homeboys to actually win that series. And so far, he's really surprised me because yesterday his Natan was a force to be reckoned with. And I want to see how Shizo is going to be able to keep up to that, because so far I've seen what Nets is capable of. Shizo, I need to see more of it.
Looks like this might be a redraft here. Looks like there might be some technical issues happening on the Homeboys' side. I was pretty sure that wasn't their coach and that was one of their marshals. Yep, it looks like it's happening with Udil's phone specifically. All right. At least we have a rough idea of what the bans are starting to look like. We're gonna have to do a redraft on this one to make sure that competitive integrity is always kept. Once again, thank you to our marshals being so quick to respond.
Hey, this is what we have, man. Like when things get this hot, it's gonna get spicy. We have to give you the best of the best, right? And in this case, when it comes to redrafts, it's very, very important for us to ensure fair gameplay and safe environment for everyone. And of course, a little bit of a safety reminder, because I think Todak recently made a little bit of an announcement as well. Be sure to keep the criticisms and minimal and toxicity to yourself, because we are here to have a safe and healthy environment for everyone. And as soon as I say that, we do see a little bit of cheers here to support the players themselves. And much love, big love, stop war. And in this case, you can see the fans also showing love to Todak.
If not, you have to fear Cedric's biceps. This man works out on a daily basis. Somehow he's able to marshal. He comes here way earlier than everybody else to set up the event, the stage, and making sure that integrity is at all-time high when the games are going through. But more importantly, this man will throw down, and I don't want to be on the other side of that thrashing.
Hey, maybe it's because of why he's capable of throwing down and how many people are actually respecting it. Because I know for a fact, people were giving Cedric a hard time. They wanted something else.
They wanted something else, but I'm telling you, Cedric, he is... I can't stop. If I keep talking about it, it's going to be a rabbit hole, right? So, in the meantime, at least while the players are looking to get this redraft on the way, luckily nothing crazy was revealed in the meantime, right? They're just kind of blowing through it to kind of remake that game so that everybody can get back in.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty much standard opening bans coming from both sides. And oh my goodness, did he just do that?
He did the Onyx thing.
Yeah, did he just do the Onyx thing? My God.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Hey man, people are comparing them to some of the best in the world. It sounds like a good idea, but so far international performances haven't been going so well. So hopefully this year it changes up, especially with the imports from both sides, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, you see a lot of Todak fans this time as well, and it makes I really feel bad to some of the fans that couldn't get in, considering how packed we are this time. But again, there is a reason for it, right? Whenever Homeboys and Todak plays, it is going to be a full house. This is the match to watch. Like, whoever wins this is got to have the bragging rights. Yesterday, I was expecting something coming from Udil with RSG and Y, but this game is not going to happen. This is going to be some real talk happening as well, because we did have a little bit of speculation with Abang Lord as well in his, I think, Todak's Instagram channel, which I want to see a little bit more when they talk about it, when they release the video. But that's the King Empire. But of course, against Homeboys, there is a possibility.
I don't know. I wish Abang Lord just did it off stream, you know, maybe at the event itself, rather than going every single time. Every single time we have an interview on, like, where's the spicy Abang Lord that we've always known and loved on his streams? We don't get that as soon as it's like an official MPL thing.
Hey, don't put your name in King, because we showed you who the real king is. You don't need to put an empire because we made an empire, baby. Isn't that a statement on stream?
That's not
what do you mean?
That's not what I heard on his personal stream. It was very different. That wasn't what I heard.
Okay.
I'm looking for that Abang Lord.
Okay.
Well, in the meantime, at least we have a little bit of time to actually discuss about the potential weaknesses that could be exploited. Wow, people are bringing their children in here. And they brought up Fat. That's smart.
That's smart.
Smart.
That's really smart. Like, I love it that if you guys listen to our warnings when we give guys advice, like, hey, if this is a hot match, it is gonna be get hot. So make sure to, you know, hydrate yourself, drink a lot of water, and also bring in some a little bit of fans here. And of course, babies. My goodness, I am afraid for myself because I wouldn't be able to bring a kid into the venue. Like, I'm scared for my life. Like, there's just so many people.
I mean, sure,
like, showing support is great, but I personally, I would be scared.
I mean, it sounds like your child isn't a fan of either the Homeboys or Todak at that point. Then I would be scared. I think that's the only reason why I would be scared. But yes, let us discuss the upcoming potential exploits that could be taken advantage of in this game, right? Because so far, based on the first two bans that we saw from both sides, they clearly know each other's signature picks that people have been dabbling in, right? Kind of sticking their feet in the water to get a bit of a taste. I think Valentina is going to be really interesting for either the Homeboys or even for Todak's side.
Okay, that's the thing about both the sides, right? Zyme Senpai has kind of strayed a little bit away on the Valentina unless his push comes to shoves, whereas Udil, he does lean towards Farsa a little bit more. And oftentimes, I think Valentina as a priority pick here, it comes down to a situation where they need to understand that, hey, these are heroes that they are going to prioritize later on if they go for, let's say, major ultimates, like maybe an X4, maybe even a Farsa, or maybe even a Eve for all that matter as well. Heroes that have major ultimates, then they will lean on the Valentina. But I feel like the biggest thing that we need to talk about is the play styles between both Zorn and Refresher. Like, I've been bringing this up multiple times now. I feel like Zorn has been known to play a very aggressive tank multiple times. Like, it's very rare he leans on the Enchanter role, whereas Refresher can do both. Would you say that there's more flexibility coming from Homeboys?
I think there is a little bit more flexibility, but it kind of depends on who the enablers are, right? When we're talking about Enchanter style supports, other than Diggy is this very special case where it's like, oh, a lot of CC, so therefore I will put him in his own separate category, right? Other than that, the utility being brought by these types of Enchanter style supports mainly are designed to have an enabler, somebody that you want to kind of supercharge in that lane, affect it, inflict some damage without having to show too much presence. You can go in and out. Matilda is a very good example. Half the time, she's the delivery service, right? Helps you rotate quick, sometimes affects your lane with a single Soul Bloom, could be enough to kind of skew the lane into your team's favor. That's all they really need for such dominant laners like Nets, for an example.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nets as well, he's just got a lot of variety. And of course, for those guys watching at home and wondering what is actually happening here, why is somebody clapping? Why are we having a clap and hands all behind here? It sucks to be you guys. You guys should have been down here as well, because apparently we are actually having the Viking clap that's actually happening on a Homeboy section here. So things are getting a little bit loud, so forgive us if we can't hear each other.
Yeah, don't worry about it. The fans are just making sure that the spirits are high. They've also got a coordinator as well, as they're starting to bring in the drums to kill some time, to make sure that the hot momentum and the warm hands on Homeboys' side stays warm. I mean, Todak, I'm looking at the Todak side. I'm glad to be on the Homeboys' crowd for once. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually glad to be on the Homeboys' side for once.
You know, to be honest here, I think this is one of the best moments in production history, or even in esports in general, right? Like, for us as production crews and something here, they have to provide the mics, they have to provide this here. You know, the best part about the English podcast? We don't need ambient mics. Like, our mic picks up everything. Like, whatever you're listening that's like, oh, why is this so loud? You guys are just picking it up from our raw mics, baby. There's no count mic. That's just how loud it is. So if you guys think it's like a little bit soft from your end, I'm sorry, guys. If you guys were here in the venue, it's literally blasting in our ears.
Yep,
it's loud.
Their cheering squad is like 10 feet away from us. 10 feet. That's funny, but it looks like the draft is currently on its way. As we jump right back into it, we see the final bans of the first phase. It's Roger for the side of the Homeboys. Interesting. While Torak decide to get rid of the Farmist. This might be a Valentina first pick or maybe even a Fredrin. I don't think Homeboys want to play around the Fredrin as much, so I'm leaning more in towards even a Harith first pick, arguably.
Yeah, and I actually like that. Oh, okay, never mind. They are going to bring in the Nolan here. GB going to be playing here, and I finally get to see it. I think Homeboys, they actually brought in the Nolan first game against RSG MY, and ever since that, it was pretty much banned after it as well. And so far, Nolan has had very, very good success in the hands of the top teams. In particular, it's going to be SRG as well as Homeboys, and that's the reason why they're the top team. And it's funny enough, not many people has kind of ride on this trend.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's an easy thing to do, right? But first, usually when we're talking about Nolan, we're talking about how do you punish the squishier targets. And when we look at the squishier targets, it's Nets and Shizzle, both of which having 100% win rates on their respective heroes, whether it be Roger, whether it would be Harith. Now, here's where it gets dangerous, right? Like you mentioned before, Rafflesia definitely has in terms of variety of what he brings to the table.
I don't think Rafflesia is playing the Angela this game. Like, I feel like this is going to be a... Why are they drafting an Angela in a Minotaur right for the first pick from Todak?
Yep, they want to just make sure that their side laners are strong. Like, Shizzle is a very strong laner. Momo is a very strong laner, too. I don't know if they want to enable Gary, though, but we'll see in just a little bit.
Is this possibly a Minotaur XP, knowing that Momo has the tendency of picking weird XP laners? Like we've seen the Hylos from him before, but could this be an XP Minotaur or a rogue? Like, just for the sake of Todak, right? Just because it's Todak. Not because it's, oh, okay, Minotaur is going to be rogue, Mage Angela. Like, I feel like this might be just unique, but they bring in the alpha for Gary? Very confident picks, though.
Very confident. More importantly, really good at just shredding down some of the tankier heroes in the game. Has true damage. Doesn't really care how much armor stats that you have. He'll cut right through it like butter. Now we go into the second part of the picks and ban phase here. Todak looking for some answers. Harith as well as Nolan. Barat's locked in for the side of the Homeboys. What they're missing is their mid laner and as well as their supports. They can really start clamping down on some of these. However, what would be the most dangerous one?
Okay, I think the ones they have to actually do it is got to be Zorn's hero. Like, his comfort piece is usually going to be Cho, as well as the Grok. But in this case, Torak, they're going to be shutting down Udyr. So having the Faramis as well as a Farsa, these are all Udyr's comfort heroes, means that he is going to be forced to play something else. Valentina isn't too bad, but again, Valentina, what's he going to steal? Heartsguard? To kind of mimic
Minoan Fury.
Minoan Fury on a Valentina still. Against a healing composition against Torak, like, look at Torak. Like, they've got 3 very, very sustainable heroes in team fights, which is extremely annoying against Homeboys. But of course, in terms of burst, not exactly favorable for Torak right now, though.
I mean, Homeboys have the bigger burst based on the heroes that we've seen so far, right? I mean, they've got the Nolan, they've also got the Harith as well. Now, if they could get just one more, that'd be nice, but I don't think Todak is going to let them. Right now, Homeboys, they make sure that they actually have a... Even Rafflesia having a bit of a laugh at it, saying, oh man, it looks like they've already figured this out, man. They figured out the high-loss strat.
Yeah, I think it's disgusting because of the fact that Todak's got a triple sustain hero, and with the high loss, it's even more sustainable, right? Like, just run in your face and just like, there's absolutely nothing Homeboys can do. But at the same time, because it's shut down, they can't go for this pocket cheese strat. And I feel like Todak, they're pulling in a very, very interesting pocket pick right from the get-go. And because of this high-loss ban, Momo's got to improvise a little bit more on the XP lane. Does he go for a little bit more traditional where he brings in a Paquito for himself?
He can absolutely play those, right?
Or maybe even a Bene as well.
I mean, there's so many options in the EXP lane as of right now. I wouldn't put it past Momo. As of yet, I think that Todak is on the right direction, right? Making sure they're getting rid of comfortable picks, forcing Homeboys out of their comfort zone, making sure that they're banning out the Harith. Oh, wait, hold on. They're banning out the Claude here. Sorry, from the side of the Homeboys. Todak haven't locked in their gold laner just yet. Now that Roger and as well as Claude is out, this does mean that Shizzle is most likely going to lean in towards Brody. Might be a little bit hard against Harith. Could be a Natan as well. Natan's not too bad here.
Yeah, I think Natan isn't too bad. Like, Natan with Heartsguard is going to go absolutely crazy. But if they double down on, let's say, going for a fighter gold lane, like CC gold lane, I'm sorry, this is not it. Like, this is not the draft to actually go, especially when you have a Paraz who's just in your face and extremely tanky, right?
I mean, technically they can go for like full damage Ruby if they really wanted to. Same conditions are kind of applied here, but here we go.
No way!
It's gonna be CC for now. It's a blind CC. We don't know where it's going to go exactly, and I think, you know, either Momo, he's pretty happy to play it. If Shizo wants to play it, by all means, go for it. It's a bit of a risk, but we'll see how this plays out. As now Homeboys looking to finish off their composition.
This is so risky if they decide to play this composition. Like, okay, maybe, you know, if they want to get interesting here, this might be an Angela Mage, means that it's pretty apparent they have to go for the Natan to kind of diverse the magic damage output as well as the physical, right? But if they decide not to and pick another fighter, means that who's going to be jungling, right? Like, Alpha obviously going to be jungling, CC, XP, Minotaur, Roam, Mage, Angela, where's the magic going to come from? So I guess it has to be Natan for Todak.
Let's see. Homeboys need to finish off their composition. Still missing a mid laner as well as a support Cho and as well as Valentina. Finally, this is what we were expecting, right? The Valentina was a pretty easy read here. Cho, on the other hand, I think that's what Homeboys just give a comfort pick to Zorn so far. I don't think there's anything reliable other than maybe a Diggy at this point of time, but I don't think that's his style, and I'm pretty sure he's happy with this.
Yeah, I think Homeboys is just taking the comfort right now, and I feel like based on the drafts that Homeboys is bringing, they are definitely playing something that they are already accustomed to, while Todak is just, you know, trying to make something happen here. Like, I feel like Raflesia is really good on this Angela, but at the same time, if he plays the Minotaur, means that Zyme Sebo is going to be forced to play a defensive role and hope they put all their baskets on Gary, playing on this Alpha to carry the game. And yes, it is going to be the Natan for Todak, so that is pretty much a clear cut coming from both sides. What do you think of this draft coming from both sides?
I think that as of right now, it's really going to come down to the gold laners to make the difference here, right? Whether Nets is able to win hard on this Harith enough, especially when he's up against Shizo on the opposite side. I mean, let's look at the entirety of the draft because the game plan seems pretty simple. Momo should be able to take Subbat on head-to-head for a long time, but Subbat should be able to clear the waves faster. So they're going to be moving for these neutral objectives, and during those neutrals is when Todak is going to be the strongest, even if we're talking about the 4 members. The hardest part is whether they're going to land that Minoan Fury and where Zorn is able to fit through the cracks in Todak's gameplay.
Well, in this case here, he is going to have a fantastic time because now the match, the Royal Derby, the time to settle the scores, the battle of royalty. This is Todak versus Homeboys, Game 1 here in MPSJ, MPL My Season 13.
Let's jump right into it. Land on. Let's see where the junglers are going to start. Are they going to do some kind of micro abuse here? Zorn trying to invade and Todak stopping him from distracting Gary from what is important. Nets, with a little bit of a leash, is going to allow Chibi to leave the purple buff much sooner than Gary.
Yeah, Zorn now going to be a little bit of harassment as well. He's trying to force a retribution, but Zorn is just like, you know what, I'm just here to harass you. It's okay, force a retribution. You know, Wanderer is ours, all good. But now, the bigger question here is, what are the timings that Homeboys is going to be looking for here? I'm pretty sure, I feel like maybe Chibi, once he gets his 4, he wants to get an early snipe on one of the lanes thus far.
Yeah, I think that's what Chibi needs to start the snowball. Little Wanderer should fall into the correct hands.
Oh no, Raflesia only level 1. They're trying to bully him here. Chibi only 1 level away from that 4. Could have gotten the kill if he got it here. But Nets, he's winning his 1v1. Shizo has to back out. Homeboys takes the lead for now.
Shizo's going to lose an entire wave here. Nets is not going to push this out. He's just going to last hit and allow each of his own minions to go down, denying EXP as well as gold. Let's look at the emblem setups and see if there's anything interesting here, right? Wilderness Blessings, as expected. Tenacity as well as agility with Quantum Charge on Subbat's side, knowing that he's not going to win this lane, but he's definitely going to be able to clear it faster. That's why he's taking common emblems so he can stick around a little bit longer.
Oh boy. Now, Gary as well, going to be on level 4. He's going to try and set out a fight here. We talked about how fighters are great against assassins. Gary's answer is going to be that. And usually we kind of see the Paquito, but at the same time, he's landed a little bit too far off. He's going to get caught up. Instantly chain stun Homeboys. They realize he was all alone, and they are going to go for the execution. That's first blood for Homeboys.
Very good punish. And see, this is why lane priority is so very important. Like Subbat, he's just, as long as he maintains his life, a very healthy life bar, this should be pretty easy for him to clear the waves because Momo, unfortunately on this CC, doesn't have that option. And now that this kill has fallen into the hands of Chibi, he's going to maintain this level lead on top of Gary as Zorn fishes for more information and guarantees Gary to always be using his Retribution off cooldown.
God, Gary's level 6 now. Gary forced the Retribution. He needs to get something out of this as well. Zorn, he's going to flicker out of there. Does he get a kill? No, it's going to be Momo instead. So Gary still stuck at level 4.
Good punish here from the side of Todak. Homeboys, their laners are not willing to lose any farm. They need to maintain this for as long as possible. With the kill falling into the hands of Momo, it's going to make Sabat's life a little bit difficult, but he's already got the level lead, so he's not too bothered by it.
Yeah, Gary again struggling on this alpha. You can see everyone from the side of Homeboys starting to apply a little bit of pressure, and with this lead coming from Chibi, he got an early Hunter Strike barely 3 minutes into the game.
Rushed it down, rushed it as quick as possible, making sure that he's staying on top of this. Gary, once again, having to use his Retribution off of cooldown every single time, now allowing Homeboys to get in.
Oh my goodness, they told us, welcome, they're gonna punish Gary, and here comes the kick. No way out, Haas got a knot. Momo going for the vengeance, he's gonna try to buy time, he needs backup. Zaim Senpai just doesn't have the damage. He's got the sustain, but where's the damage, Todak? Where is it?
Oh, good. Oh my goodness, that's so
no,
annoying.
Shizo, can you get the kill, Nets? Can you bend it up as well? Zaman's Force a little bit awkward for him to reset this, but Shizo will get some sort of a farm coming from Todak. Ibao Sapat also going to be taking gold plating down bottom. A lot of pressure across the map right now from Homeboys.
I mean, with the plays that are already being made, I mean, Homeboys, they are putting a little bit more effort down on the bottom side of the map to make sure that Gary isn't having a good time. He's already 0-2 in 1, but even Momo missed out an entire wave. Sapat has a level on him, and because Shizo was able to actually even out with the trade and forcing Nets to actually use his Zaman Force as well as that Purify, this does kind of even out the lane a little bit for Shizo.
Agreed. But speaking of even here, Momo, he's trapped in a rough spot here. Rafflesia is there to provide a little bit of assistance, but again, they have to play from behind. They've got so much sustain, but they can't activate it right now as Homeboys continues with their snowball. Sapat gonna try to bait a little bit of reaction. Meanwhile, where is Chibi? Wait, Chibi's stealing the orange buff?
I mean, Momo, he ended up losing an entire ballista for this, so I don't know how worth it really is. And it's, as an EXP lane, oh, here we go.
Oh no, here comes the Daytona's welcome as well. It connects onto Rafflesia, goes for the counterplay, gets him in arm's range, connects to them all, but where's the damage? They don't have the follow-up, they have the sustains, and they're holding there on. Chibi gets a killing spree, taking Gary down, and he's still alive. Vengeance on Momo means Momo is go time for him, and it's very difficult to take him down as Homeboys, they finally almost made a mistake.
Nicely played by the Homeboys, especially Zord. He recognized straight away that Momo was getting the hard guard. He saw Gary as a potential target, goes for a big kick to force him to use that Spear of Alpha, and they trade 2 for 1 in the process. Now, look at how far Chibi is ahead of Gary because of these deaths. 3 levels ahead as Shizo now out of position.
Oh no, Shizo made a mistake. That's gonna be Nets finding an individual kill. That should not happen, Todak. That should not have happened here. Now Tier 1 will fall in the middle lane, and Zord, again, they're shutting down Gary's farm again. This is bad.
I mean, this is where the snowball starts to happen, especially for Nolan players. This is a wet dream for Chibi. He has his whole team playing around him, denying Gary farm, finding opportunities to actually steal away camps, pulling out the Lord to fake as if he's there while he's on the top side of the map because he has so much mobility. I think as of yet, Todak, they need a way to shift the momentum because right now, in terms of the laning states, every lane is losing.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Todak. Like, what's the win condition for them? Because it feels like Momo has some sort of sustainability if he has the hard guard. But again, where's the damage coming on? It feels like they need Shizo to come up online a little bit earlier. They need Zaim Senpai, but I don't think that's going to happen because here he comes. Homeboys, they are going to make an attempt on Momo. The Vengeance, still not good enough. Even with the hard guard, he doesn't survive the damage burst. Double kill for Nets as Homeboys continues their snowball in this game. Shizo, top side, tries to make a trade, but can he though? Chibi is here to stop him in track. Does he want to go for the vote? No! Does he get the minions? He doesn't get the turret as well! As Nats continues down middle, Zaman Force expended, and another tower will fall.
But Gary is just so far behind. He's 5 levels down on Chibi, can't get his own resources in his own jungle. Todak aren't really supporting him at this point in time because their side lane is players are already having a hard time. They're hoping that Gary would be a little bit more independent with the help of maybe Revelation as well as Zyme Senpoi. But it just goes to show this draft is struggling when playing from behind.
Yeah, it is going to be tough as well. Chibi, wow, level 13, 7 minutes of the game. Look at how quickly it's done as well. Replacia is going to go for the catch as well. He connects on Tree. They drop the hard guard on Gary. He's going to get a kill, double kill for Chibi. He wipes the floor. Gary didn't even do anything. He pops down, and he is going to go down. And Shizo pops the entropy to back out. Homeboy just doesn't care about his engagements.
I mean, at least Gary was able to find a kill onto Subbot, but it's true damage and it's expected for him to shred him down. But so far, Zorn is just making his life difficult. Every single time he goes for that big engage, or every single time he tries to get on top of the right targets, he's waiting for that Spirit of Alpha to come out, or at least force it out early with the Way of the Dragon. Especially since the Heart Guard is on top of Gary as well, it feels like he's getting a 2-for-1.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, this is really, really tough. Like, Todak had the idea to out-sustain Homeboys, but with Homeboys having this huge lead, I don't think the sustains matter. I have enough items and damage to just burst them down, and in this case, Tier 2 will fall, and even the gold difference as well. My god, how much of a lead is that?
9,000 gold lead as of right now in total for the Homeboys. Now to put on the show as momentum has fallen into their hands. 10K for this upcoming Lord. They're guaranteed inhibitors, but the real question is, can they close this out before 12 minutes?
What can they do? Like, look at Zor. He's just messing with Todak's head, and they're not even going to make an attempt on this. Like, this is the Zor that we know of since his debut from Season 1 until Season 13. The only all-timer ever. Oh, no. No, not like this. No, Homeboys. No. They even put the T sign as a recall. Todak, here he comes, the kick! What? After that, what? Disengage coming in, Homeboys, they still go on. Rafisa needs to run away. They gobble up Gary and Momo, and he is gonna fall as well. Homeboys immediately loses too. And they're gonna get another one, Chibi, out of nowhere. Godlike for him. It's over. It's gonna be done. Inhibitors have fallen. The stars are coming in. And Todak, what are you doing? Absolutely nothing.
It's not like they can. Todak's overall composition just struggles to play from behind. They don't have the base stats to make this work out. Unfortunately, Gary has been taking a majority of this punishment, and it really hurts the rest of their laners, considering that, you know, Nets as well as Subbot playing their lane to perfection.
Well, seems like an easy Lord for our Homeboys. Todak, what can they do? Shizo just swapped his shoes there. He actually opted to go for a roaming shoe for dire hit. What's up with that?
I mean, he's already behind. I mean, look at how behind everybody is, right? Being able to pick up a dire hit, and especially if he unlocks that passive early on, might give him that little bit of an edge, because he's struggling to find resources on the map. So therefore, he might as well get passive resources when he can't walk up to these waves.
Well, interesting now. Hopefully it is going to pay off for now, because Homeboys, they are going to be knocking in moments away. And let's take a look at the items real quick here. Really? Dire hit? Huh. Can he get the passive in time? I don't think so, right?
I mean, there's nothing else he can really do as of right now, right? He's completed like half components of Rose Gold Meteor. Nothing that he can really do, to be fair.
All right, but now with the waves crashing in as well, support already opening up map. The Dodos welcome flickers backwards. Easter Affliction, no minions range, legendary for Chibi. As they look for more, Gary tried to clear the minions with his ultimate here. Tried to catch one, but unfortunately cannot find one at all. Subbot dropping down pretty low. Crystal's exposed. Zor now looking for the king. He even freestyled on it, but misses the timing. He's gonna go down, but at the same time, Crystal's gonna be focused down as well. Do they end it in time? Yes, they do. And Homeboys takes an overwhelming victory in Game 1.
Good, clean game coming out from the Homeboys' side. Todak, they're like, GG, go next. This one, a little too difficult with the draft that we have. They have a lot of adjustments to be made. One, head on over to blue side and don't go for this Angela. It just feels like a bait pick for the overall styles that we see from Todak. You deny an opportunity to activate players like Zyme Senpoi. And yes, I don't think the Minotaur was a bad idea. However, you still need mid control.
Oh boy, this is a one-sided execution. You can see the excitement from the fans, the excitement from Daddyhood himself here, the owner of Homeboys. And of course, most importantly here, I'm pretty excited because that was a very clean game coming from Homeboys. It just shows you a big disparity on skill gap. But at the same time, was it really skill though?
I think the only one where it came down to skill gap was Nets versus Shizzo.
Okay.
I think that was like by far very much a skill matchup. It is Harith favored. Shizzo did try to make an opportunity for himself, but eventually it was just too much to deal with. Way too much to deal with once everybody else started to get involved. Couldn't create enough pressure on his side to actually absorb. So I think well played, Todak, but I think game 2 is where their eyes are set upon.
Agreed. But of course, now let's talk about the MVP for game 1 here. Who's it going to be? It is going to be Chibi, the man himself, as the MVP for game 1 with his Nolan play, which caused so much chaos in all these team fights as well. And it's undeniable, right? Like, look at this. This 10-0-4, very clean objectives here. Whenever he goes in, someone is going to die.
Oh my god, he's got 1,130 goal per minute. I'm pretty sure that breaks the record. I'm pretty sure that breaks a record somewhere. If not second place, but I'm pretty sure it is one of the higher ones we've seen thus far. Yeah, I mean, he snowballed out of control. There's really nothing much you can really do about that, right? On the opposite side, you would imagine that Gary should have been able to hold out on his own, but keep in mind, all the laners were busy, and all you have is Refalacia, right? Trying to help clear out that mid wave while Udil continuously putting his resources, his life, his hit points on the line to make sure that every single time Zorn walks into enemy territory, he forces out a retribution from Gary.
Yeah, and on top of it all, what's really crazy is that before even 3 minutes, he got a Hunter Strike. That was a very, very fast farm coming from Chibi. And on top of it all, like, this is 10 minutes full item on this jungler. Like, how do you deal with it? Like, I don't think you are able to stall this at all, because whoever, regardless if you're a tank or not, a level 15 Nolan with full item comes in your face and you are only level 8, you are gonna die.
Really can't do much. I honestly think that even for Todak, they're like, yeah, we definitely lost the draft. We could have played the early game a little bit better, but there's no real means of like recovering from this unless Homeboys make a significant mistake. And even Sapat, right? I would have imagined that he was going to get like, Momo was going to try and keep him controlled in that lane, in that side lane for so long. But I think that with the momentum being generated by Zorn and Momo having to cover for his jungler Gary and even sometimes for Zyme Senpoi, it just made it too difficult, right? Too many things were going wrong. The whole cookie starts to crumble, the structure, the foundation missing. Just move on from this one. There's really nothing much I can say about it.
And the idea from Toda is they're hoping to have a scuffle fight with Homeboys where it's pretty much a peeling fight rather than a just one-shot burst. But they just never found those timings because it was just one-sided rock over coming from Homeboys where, hey, I get this first kill, Chibi just keeps on going to a point that there was no timings that Toda could reset. And every single time Zyme Senpoi gets into a hard guard and hoping that maybe Momo gets a kill, Gary gets a kill, it's just not enough damage. These are individual players, or in this particular, the hero itself are individual 1v1 heroes that they want to pick off, but they just can't pick off quick enough like how Chibi does, right? Chibi just goes in 3 seconds, someone dies. You want Momo to come online, he needs to at least 10 seconds.
Well, I think Todak was hoping that one of their laners, whether from jungle or whether from like top side gold or bottom side EXP, would eventually win out in their lanes. Unfortunately, they didn't find that, right? They didn't find a way to actually activate this Angela. Because again, I think that this Angela is a huge bait. I think that Todak, they need to get rid of it. Stop putting your mages on this Angela. I think that is a waste of time. I understand where Fly Solo is coming from when he goes for the Angela as well as the Minotaur within the first 2 picks. However, you need to guarantee a couple of things, right? I think that Shizzo was extremely confident saying that, hey, if you give me Natan into Harith, I will try and win this lane as hard as I can. Momo, by far, had the best matchup so far in this Sesi into Barats. But even then, Sapat played it extremely smart, making sure that he barely interacts with Momo and ensures, like, yeah, you can beat me like for the first couple of levels. Really doesn't matter to me. As long as I am above 70% of my HP, it's fine.
Yeah, and the thing about the difference between Sapat and Momo is that Sapat, he is always going to be able to wave clear faster than Momo, right? Like, technically, because he does that, Momo is forced to stay in the lane longer, and he already, again, Sapat is already in position to start a fight. And whenever Sapat gladly gives his life to set up for a fight, Torak is just not able to respond. And whenever that happens, by the time Momo comes in, the fight's pretty much over, because technically, they should be starting the fight with Momo's ultimate into the Minon's range, not the other way around. Well, even then, I don't think they have the damage, to be honest.
I mean, yes, that is definitely one of the bigger problems. But I think either way, depending on the situation, I think it's totally fine to be using one ult or the other pretty interchangeably at that point, right? There's still pros and benefits, obviously, but I'm thinking for a way for Todak to actually take advantage of Homeboys, right? Because we saw what the bans were starting to look like. I mean, total tower damage, yada. These particular stats don't really concern me because it doesn't tell the story that Homeboys at this stage of the game have stronger laners, and I think Todak now recognize it where it's like, yes, these matchups really do matter. We can't just manhandle anybody. These aren't just regular boys.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Harif just has a better online timing compared to Natan. Natan needs at least 2 items to 3, whereas the moment Harif has a Zam Force, it's go, go, go. Like, I think that's the biggest difference between a Harif versus Natan matchup, and I feel like they're trying to replicate and take advantage of the fact that Blood Wings has been, you know, I would say discounted to a point where it's very, very affordable to buy. And while this is actually happening as well, most of the defensive items has kind of been nerfed. So it kind of allows magical damage to have like that extra edge compared to back in the days. Physical damage is the main core. Mage is there to support.
Well, I think it's power spikes, right?
Yeah.
I think it's more towards power spikes rather than we're looking at the overall game changes. Nets, especially on a Harith, can abuse a Starlium Scythe a lot better in comparison to Shizo on this Natan. I think that's just the baseline of it, right? As soon as Nets gets that first item, Shizo has to be extremely careful with the way that he approaches these fights. Sometimes he has to use his entropy very defensively. I was surprised that Shizo was actually able to find an opportunity to force Nets to beat Nets in lane with that Xamon Force activated, and even costed Nets his own Purify. That to me was very surprising, but we didn't get to see a repeat of that because now Nets is calling for resources. We've already demolished Gary in the jungle, so therefore the mid lane starts to open up because Zion Senpai needs to be everywhere all the time in all places, but he only can target one person.
It's so hard. Like, think about this. Like, when whoever he hards guard literally says like, I'm gonna save this guy, but he tried it with Momo. Homeboy still committed 5 guys, still took him out and picked Zion Senpai. And again, they were so far ahead, right? So I get what you're saying here in terms of, hey, he can only save one guy. But what really surprises is that the amount of shields that Harry was bringing to the table, like this is only 11 minutes game. He's got 30,000 healing. That means he's been racking up some serious shields all the way through. Meanwhile, the rich guy, none other Chibi, 1,130 gold. Goddamn, 11 minutes, level 15 full item. That's so fast, man. That's crazy. But the damage now is actually coming from Nets. 49,000.
Yeah, he was pumping out damage, man. He was pumping out some real damage over a long period of time. I think so far so good for the side of Homeboys. I do feel that Todak need to diversify the tools that they have. They can't play for one strategy where they expect one person to snowball and carry the entirety of the game while everybody else looks to peel. I think they need to make sure they need to have a little bit more foresight in that draft. The draft was the main issue for me, right?
Yeah.
Overall game style, it's like, what do you once that early kill happens, what do you do after that? There's no real means of recovery if Homeboys played that perfectly.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Gary, yes, I know he's known for his alpha when he was playing with Team Hawk and helped them win the championship title, right? I would have preferred a Link on him instead, to be honest.
I think it would have been worse if he was on
Really? Link. Like, at least he could have just outmaneuver, right? Maybe, nah, actually, yeah, you're right.
He would outmaneuver, and then he would see Chibi on the opposite side of the map and be like, well, I don't have enough energy to do this. And Chibi is just like, well, sucks to be you. Oh, you also don't have the red tree? I don't even need to fight you, because the same situations occur again and again and again. You lose your retribution because you have to use it on your purple buff. Zorn being annoying, you go to the top side of your map. One of your camps are already missing. Your buff might be missing sometimes, and then all of a sudden you see Nolan coming out for the top side through the gold lane and saying, hey, hello, do you want your orange buff as well? Nope, you don't have retribution, but I do.
Yeah, on top of it all, Rafflesia isn't exactly the biggest threat in level 1, level 2, right? Minotaur needs at least level 4 to kind of feel its presence a little bit more. So it's going to be a little bit tough here. If they were playing a little bit safe here, if Homeboys were respecting Toda a little bit more, this game would have been a little bit 50. But again, Homeboys, they understand the mission. They understand the objective. How do you win this game? Here's the goal. Start strong, end game. That's it. Start strong, push hard, end game. That's it. Straight up. Nothing Toda couldn't do with this draft.
Yep, I think that if there was a couple of optimizations that could have been made, I do think that at least for Momo, I think a Purify probably would have been a pretty good option there. I understand why he's going for the Vengeance because yes, he's going to be the first one in, last one out. But at the end of it, there's just a lot of CC that they have to worry about, and they didn't recognize that Homeboys is actually playing a pick-off composition with their EXP end as well as Zorn on that show. Two means of actually holding somebody out of position, or if they use one early and then the hard card comes, the other can come in and technically clamp down on two people.
Yeah, it's scary to see how, considering the fact that they actually first picked the Nola, and it was like, okay, wait, you know what? Considering that we had a surprise visit yesterday here, a surprise Moskov pickup, here, guys, now's a good time to roll for that Worm Lord skin, because right now the Infernal Worm Lord, we did see it make its appearance yesterday, and it's good. It looks good. You better do it right now, because you can draw the event, get a chance to win exclusive Moskov skin with the first ever skin ID tag. Guess what? It's more than April now. You've missed the gold ID tag. Don't worry, there's still the silver ID tag right now until the end of April.
Yep.
Get it now.
Pick it up now while you still can. Hopefully, especially for some of the Homeboys fans, they can pick it up while they can, while they could do it as they watch the English stream live in front of us. Shouts out to you boys out there. Hats off to you guys. 50% off your first 10 draw. Take advantage while you still can. But now we need to talk about game number 2, because here in game number 2, this is where Torak, it's not really a do or die position. It's definitely looking to try and get into the upper brackets later down the line. I think if they are going to try and punish the Homeboys, they really need to start thinking about the gold lane compositions, right? I think Harith and Roger need to get out of the way. Natan might even be a consideration overall, but I do think that the Angela is an absolute bait for either team.
I think Angela first pick is just is not as strong as before now. Like, I personally feel like there's so much more to talk about here, but at the same time, I think I need a little bit more insights to talk about this game here. Here's a video to get those insights.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang ini bukan hanya tentang kerjasama, tetapi pemain-pemain juga perlu memahami objektif, tempo dan juga meta. Dengan lebih 50 pemain bermain di atas pentas MPL, mari kita dengar pendapat daripada pakar-pakar kita. Pemain mana yang memiliki kemahiran makro terbaik?
Pendapat saya lah, who's the best makro dekat season 13 ni sebenarnya Udil, disebabkan pengalaman yang dia ada.
Rasanya Udil kot. Kalau saya pemain dengan dia pun saya rasa dia punya makro bagus.
Saya pilih Zon lah sebab Zon dia dah ada pengalaman dari season 3.
Player paling tinggi makro is Zon. Cukup jelas apabila kita melihat beliau bermain chip dengan begitu pantas, di mana pasukan lain banyak lagi yang belum pun menguasai chip ini.
For me, the best macro player in this MPL is Innocent.
He really knows when to go in and wait for the timing so he can clean up, then get the game in the fight.
It's hard to decide between Iris and Smooth because I look at the EXP laners and Iris is very good at handling the side lanes, knowing when to come to the fight. And Smooth is very good at creating space for the team. So I think it's between these two that has the best macro.
I think it's Skies from Selangor Red Giants. I know a lot of the other casters are going to say like roamers and EXP laners and stuff, so I want to give it to a jungler. I feel like Skies has a really good identification in terms of jungle timing, as well as whether or not the contest objectives, and when are the best times to like farm lanes, invade jungles, and go for ganks. The identification is very good, and the coordination between the team is why the Red Giants look so strong overall.
Well, we've got professional advisors here, and you know what really sucks? Why didn't they ask for our opinions? Like, what do you think about that? Who do you think has the best player with the best macro so far?
I think the player with the best macro thus far, ooh, that's a difficult one. I would curveball, I would say Lexia does. I think that he's extremely aware of everything that is happening in the map, and I think that considering what his role is asking of him, right, it's hard for him to always micromanage everybody. There's a certain level of expectation from Lexia, and that's why some people have had, you know, rubbed edges, have been rubbed the wrong way by Lexia, but he just cares that much.
Yeah, maybe he's just thinking way completely different compared to everyone else, right? He just stands above the rest. All right. I guess there is a lot of opinions here, you know, when it comes to who's the best macro players here, but of course this is just all a professional opinions, but at the same time eventually the results matter. But as of now, we have achieved a new record. Chibi has officially gained the highest GPM thus far here in MPL MY with 1,130 gold per minute. And you know what's the best part? All 3 is chibi. Yeah.
He's literally competing against himself at this point.
It's not good, fair, man.
It's not even fair, and he really set himself apart this time with the 1,130 overall goal per minute in that game. But for this upcoming draft, let's get right into it. Game number 2. Todak looking to even it out, and this time they're going straight over to blue side after a quick match and a quick beating from the homeboys in game 1.
Yeah, I didn't feel bad just because of the fact that, you know, top 3 was chibi. I didn't even get to see the 4th and 5th. It was like,
it was rough.
It doesn't even matter anymore. Like,
it was rough.
Yeah, it's rough for you. You can't beat chibi 20 times.
And it's not like you can play Nolan in the gold lane. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Homeboys getting rid of the Rajan as well as the Matilda. Obviously, red side got to get rid of that Matilda. It's natural. Todak has already banned out the Farmers, and as well as the Arlot here. I think homeboys really have done some good preparation, but I don't think Angela should not be picked for either Todak or even the homeboys. Chip might be banned. Oh no, Reflection has actually picked it up before.
No way, they're not banning the chips?
No, because they're on blue side, right? So homeboys have to be the one to make that decision.
Just let him play. You know, what makes you think Reflection can play chips? Actually, technically can.
He got a back door with Chip just the other day.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, you need to respect this. Please don't. Oh, let's go. Come on. Pick it, Todak. I know you want to. Just do it. Because if you don't pick it right now, homeboys is going to say, I'm going to play chips too.
Yeah.
You know what? Like, Zorn's got to be happy. Like, he's called this out before. Todak, come on. Just do it. Like, Rafflesia, you got the backdoor win. Great for you. But now, can you replicate it? Because, to be honest, chips is 100% win rate. Nobody has figured out how to beat it yet. So, now with the chips on Todak, homeboys is going to be put to the test on how to deal with chips.
By the way, it's 75% win rate. I didn't want to ruin it. I was going to let the stats kind of help you out there. I mean, yes, it has been dropped by a single time, okay? It's not like every time it's going to be good, but this time, let's see how homeboys is going to play. They're going to double down on Chibi's Nolan once again. He's going to be fast across the map and maybe too fast for Chip to keep up. The real question is, how do they want to deal with this shortcut? Barat, okay, comfort pick for Subpa, totally fine. Doesn't really reveal much about the comp just yet.
I was expecting maybe a Valentina pickup for Udil, just for the sake of like, hey, you know what? We've got a shortcut. If I can steal it, great, because I'm going to make a shortcut myself. Because, note, because if you're talking about stealing other mages, it's going to be difficult, right? Because your opponent's mage is going to be so far behind, it's hard to reach the places, but when the chips, it's going to be in your face regardless. So before it hits you, steal it, pop the ultimate immediately.
It sounds like a really good idea, but I think what homeboys is waiting for is what exactly is Zaim Senpoi going to play. If Senpoi decides to go, hey, I'm going to take the Odette away from the homeboys, Valentina instantly is going to start shooting up. But I don't think they're going to pick it just yet. Only in the second phase will I imagine that they want to show their mage. Yep, there we go. The carry and as well as the Frederick. Good old carry here once again. And Shizo, very confident on this. I've seen him play this before during the Snapdragon Pro series. He is quite the menace. Homeboys, on the other hand, now wanting to outrange this carry, lock.
Right, like a near impossible comeback. 1v4, got a maniac himself, so he is gonna be here playing it once again. But my bigger question here is that, like, there are a lot of ways to deal with the chips. You either replicate the macro aspect, or you just burst down the portal before anyone gets in. And in this case, I've seen integrations of like Gord trying to deal with it. I've seen integrations of how Derov is going to be dealing with it. But I don't think Derov is good enough. Like, I think Gord is pretty okay.
What are you watching? Where is this data coming from?
Like, just me playing chips in general, where...
Dyroth, though?
No, not Derov. Gord.
Gord, I understand. Dyroth, I'm like, what?
Like, if I don't kill the Gord is just going to completely destroy everyone who tries to walk into the table.
I mean, true.
Through the portal.
That is true. That is very, very true. I think that Odette is also a pretty good solution to the problem as well. I think Homeboy's very respectful of them, making sure that they're not going to get this high loss in this lane. Again, good way to go in and out. Vodak are the ones who ban out the Odette. Respectable. There's still other ways to handle it. I want to see whether Homeboys want to pick it up, though.
I've had a weird game where a Badang roam just completely destroys Chip. Like, this Badang roam just comes in. Whenever Chips drops an out, he just slams a wall onto the portal. Anyone comes in, just gets punched multiple times. It's crazy. But I don't think they're going to risk it, right? Like, they're going to play something a little bit more meta-ish, try to deal with it. But again, like I said, you know, no right way to deal with annoying Chips so far. But can Rafflesia replicate what Zorn did against them?
I think
I think it's definitely possible, right? It's not out of the question, but I think Homeboys is approaching the situation extremely well, focusing on EXP laners who start to not only threaten the composition, but really can take advantage of walking through that portal. Glorious Pathway, Black Dragon Form, both of which very good and powerful ultimates to be able to close the distance, stopping retreats from the Homeboys' side, and really threatening nets on this Natan. Because remember, it's not a Claude. It's not like he has a BMI. He has one BMI, and that's the entropy. After that, he ain't going back in time, especially with the raw amount of burst that we're going to see from the Homeboys.
Ah, this is smart coming from Todak. They're just limiting out options where whenever Chips engage, if Homeboys makes a counterplay, it is going to defeat the purpose of just going in and one-shot people, right? Like, if you can stall for time to going for retreat, that's exactly what Homeboys is wants to actually deal with Chips. Because as of yet, Nolan, very, very nimble. Natan, very, very nimble. Barats, well, if you catch Barats, well, you're going to be either eaten up or going to be caught stranded. Because once the whole cavalry comes in, the Avenger squad comes in, he's dead.
Yep, I think Homeboy's probably going to go with the Cho one more time here. It's either Cho or Tigreal, right? Either or can do decently well. Even Grok is not a bad choice. They go for Farsa to make sure that they can look to punish their opponents as either they walk through it and still stay at a safe distance, or at the very least, like I would have expected the Valentina, but more importantly, so Homeboys just holding out on their support pick.
This is I don't know, I'm not a big fan of this, just because of the fact that the moment Chips finds the Farsa, is dead. But again, this is all based off individual fights, right? Like, this is going to be Homeboys needing to out-macro the Chip in order to come on top. Because if they don't group up in the right place at the right time, Chips is going to take out somebody without any backup. Or retaliation. But, oh my goodness.
There we go.
We forgotten the Masha.
There we go.
This is scary.
I think that Homeboys completely understood when they locked in that Farsa, they were going to give up the Masha regardless. And I think Homeboys wanted some kind of confirmation on who exactly is going to be the pick for the side of Todak. And I think now that they've kind of seen what the open hand looks like, how are they going to respond to this?
Well, looks like they're going to bring in the Belleric. What?
When you take away one AoE, there's another one to be had, and it's going to be Belleric in the...
XP?
Wait,
XP?
There we go.
Support position.
Okay. In the Roma position. I like this. I like the ideas that Homeboys have. I do think it's a little interesting. They probably could have picked the Belleric early on and then figured out what mid laner they want afterwards, but hey, I'm totally fine with this. Teamfight compositions all across the board. Advantages can be created on side lane, specifically through nets this time, and not necessarily through suppot. Hopefully, we do see a better showing from Todak, because now that Gary is back on that Fredrin, he should be able to hold on to his own, unless Udil Feather airstrikes him to oblivion.
Well, we have to see how this is going to be unfold here, because we are going to be seeing game number 2 of Todak versus Homeboys as they duke it out for who is the true king. Because as of yet, we have seen something that we have not seen before in a very, very long time, because Zord will be playing the Belleric. Never seen before any other hero, any other player. Only Zord has played it, besides Momo, of course. You know, like, besides Momo, no one else has played it. And I don't know, like, I've never seen Zord play this at all, ever, in any season.
Did he play it any other season? I feel like there is, but that feels more like a Season 3, Season 4 sort of situation. Regardless, I still want to see where Todak wants to kind of place their resources, right? Because again, they've got 2 lanes that can't force priority. They're going to be on the defensive a majority of the time. And with the Novaria in that mid lane, at least she clears decently fast, but with the new patch on Farsa, her wave clearing is now very effective. Look at that. Have all 4 of those minions, half of its HP gone.
Yeah, now Gary gonna be pressured once again. Homeboy's making the same attempt on his life. No one can save him. There's only so much Zyme Senpai can do. He's gonna get taken out. Chips nowhere to be found at all from Todak, because right now, Chips Rafflesia is sitting on the portal down bottom. He's been waiting for the right moment to strike, and Homeboy says, we are gonna fight at a place where Chips can't come from behind.
Yep, I think that Chip definitely needs to make sure that Gary has a good time, right? Because previously on that Minotaur, got no support whatsoever. Gary now struggling to do basically anything, because Zorn is such an absolute menace to melee heroes. We start looking at the emblem setup, and it tells us even more, right? Similar builds all across the board.
Yep, at the same time, Reflecia is going to try and harass Saban a little bit here. Zorn again being able to walk into the towers for absolutely free because of the fact that they don't really have a front line, because Chips won't be opening up the maps. He is going to be looking for those flanks every single time, and it's annoying. And there's nothing Toda can really do about it unless, you know, Momo is there to provide a little bit of assistance.
Well, let's see how much assistance he really is going to provide, because now when they push those lanes, every single time they push, they start walking towards that portal, keeping an eye on it just to know where exactly this chip could potentially come out from. No,
that's going to be well, not coming out at all. Apparently, not happening. Zorn, at the same time, very, very smart pick here coming with the Belleric. I actually like the idea as well, because if the shortcut comes in, right, they will be walking in towards a Ralph Dryad. Like, they are going to be stunned because of this Belleric, and it's got a very, very long activation time. So I actually like this pickup. Like, Reflecia, if he tries to go for a shortcut unnecessarily, he's going to be in trouble here. Gary now going to try and start a fight with Zor, but I don't care. I'm a Belleric, man.
Man, Todak is just leaving Gary on an island. Nobody can really help him. Zion Senpai, especially with how Zorn is walking in and out of the jungle, he's also making sure that he absorbs a couple of Star Shatters to make sure that the waves don't get cleared as efficiently as we usually see. Zorn tries to make a play, doesn't lose his flicker, but on the top side, they make a play.
Momo, they immediately find one. Chibi gets shot in as well. Subpart now trying to make a salvage, but he finds Chizo. They trade 1-for-1. But he is not going to be having any kind of backup, and he is going to go down. Meanwhile, this is happening. All fall off on top means space for Homeboys down bottom, and Nats is going to try and clear the gold plating down bottom. Meanwhile, Momo going to take the top with Gary.
Yep, this feels like this feels good, right, for Todak. They're like, yes, we're able to make the gank happen. We're going to get Momo some gold. But look at the gold difference, right? Despite GB dying, he's still a full level ahead of Gary. What's worse is that down on the bottom side, right, because Shizo end up dying on that gank towards the top side of the map, Nets has been able to take the entire gold plating, and now he's a full level ahead, and he is significantly stronger than Shizo, while Shizo is still looking for 3 items.
Yeah, they're just taking advantage of the fact that if everyone goes in the shortcut and not burst anyone quick enough and not take back the shortcut back, Homeboys is going to try and capitalize on this here, and because of this very, very nice pick out of Chibi, even though it's supposed to be in favor of Toda, they've given so much space. And this is actually not that great as well, because Homeboys, they're just getting free money out of nowhere.
I mean, it just means that whoever Todak invests in, and I think that Momo was able to get a majority of that gold, right? He's got to be the guy who's able to pull the pressure away from the rest of these lanes. So good luck to Momo. He's got a tough road ahead of him. He's got Zion Senpai to confirm a couple of locations, but that's as much as he's going to get.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Toda, they're playing this a little bit safe as well with Reflecia. Should be playing a little bit more aggressive, and this is not exactly what you want out of a chip, right? You kind of want to play a little bit aggressive here, find some random stray, you know, just isolate it and just take a fight. And because of this, you know, Homeboys is just getting their respective farm that they get, especially for GB now, looking for an invade. They know exactly where Reflecia is. It's like, okay, guys, don't worry, he's here. If they catch me, it's all good. I'm just a roamer, man. But GB from behind, okay, goes into the retreat, tries to steal a creep away. Denies the farm away from Gary once again.
He just has to stay above Gary, right? Stay over his head. Todak is eventually going to scale, and they're going to scale extremely hard, but the same can be said about the Homeboys, right? So maintaining this momentum is important. It's 2-2 in terms of the kill score, but it's 3,000 worth of gold. This small lead is gigantic. Oh, hey, hold on.
Oh, here he comes. They are going to make an attempt at Subpart. Todak's welcome still available, but no, he flickers backward. He's trying to buy time for his team. He will fall. All 5 are here. Can they take the portal back? Yes, they will. Gary's going to be able to go back.
Okay.
He's taking a little bit too much damage. Udil is there to provide the assistance, but again, Homeboys, they make their foresight and focus on the purple buff. They are going to steal it away from Gary once more. Oh boy, Gary not having a good time at all.
Wait, can they catch Shizo? No, Shizo makes it out just in time. Momo, too many health bars, not worth their time, but they do manage to protect the top tier 1. Homeboys maintain their structures.
Very, very good macro plays coming from Homeboys here, reacting to whatever Todak is doing. Like now, Chibi. Oh, okay. Zaim, he's gonna be fine. He forces a flicker, but Chibi again setting up for an ambush as well. Gary, if he walks in the wrong side, he might be dead here.
How does Gary play this? He's going to be sitting around this turtle, but he's already 2 levels down. When they team fight, it's going to be difficult. I think they're just going to have to try and 4v5 this. Let Momo push in the side lanes and drag this turtle dance for as long as possible, because Homeboys, they're on a timer.
Yeah, Nets now going to be reviewed with the Astro Echo turtle. Instantly bursts down from Homeboys. Todak, they don't really want to contest. They know it's not worth it. Gary is just 2 levels behind.
Oh wow, Momo's going to give this turret away. Get this turret and make sure that Shizo's in position to actually move up when the next wave starts to push on down, right? I think overall, so far, okay for the side of the Homeboys, but they haven't really hammered the nail on the head just yet. Todak has come up with some creative solutions to maybe find something here, but now Gary.
Sabat going to be punching on Gary, instantly melted with the better airstrike as well. Todak not able to respond, nowhere to be found. Where is Rafflesia? Because as of now, GB finds one. Shizo eliminated. 5-man down middle. They need the chip. Where is he? Because right now, Homeboys, they're just getting a free turret for absolutely free.
Yeah, it's too difficult. It's too difficult. It's very dangerous. As long as the Homeboys, and especially for Sabat, right? Minimizing damage overall, wasting ults, wasting resources, absorbing pressure. Todak not really finding what they need here. And even for Momo, I think Momo has to play extremely greedy. He has to be able to drag this game as long as possible to start getting their members to scale. Oh,
he's gonna try the Agri Call and Cavalry as well, but GB, he's got a mobility. I don't care if you've got 5. If I've got fast fingers, the shortcut a little bit far off. Right at the edge, the players could not interject. And he's gonna get out. Meanwhile, Momo is down towards the final bar. GB almost going for the kill. Do they get a better strike? Yes, they do. GB still survives. Oh, boys. They strike back with a punch of their own.
GB is just so far ahead, and this is why I was hoping Momo was gonna play a lot more selfish, right? Not give up his lane, not give up anything until that TP comes down. And because of the 6K goal lead, it's basically impossible. They're really stretching their earlier 3K lead and making it feel like these inches are yards.
Oh boy, this is tough. Like, it really feels like a yard now because of the 7K network, right? Like, Nets, he doesn't really do much. He's just farming his turrets all the way through here and trusts that his teammates got his back. And so far, Sabat has pretty much been the biggest target dummy that Todak has been eyeing for. And he's actually working in Homeboy's favor. Focus on the barrage. It doesn't matter. What matters is Nets and Chibi come online. And right now, 9 minutes game again, even though Chibi died once, he's about to hit his level 15 again.
Look at how fast they melt it.
My God.
It's just hot knife through butter, man. Hot knife through butter. Now I want to see whether Homeboys is actually able to achieve the siege, right? Because it turns high ground defense.
He's gonna try again! Finally, he gets it. GB did not realize it. It was from a blind spot and concealed. Very, very fast reactions. Instant recalls from Todak. They take Chibi out. This is huge. 45, manageable. Manageable.
It is manageable. But let's see. It's all about that inhibitor. If an inhibitor goes down for the side of Todak, it's going to make life so much more difficult.
Well, it's going to be a hit and run. Now, 4v5, Immortality up on Sabat. Nets going to be taking the orange buff away. Gary going to be zoned out a little bit here. They bait out the Feather Strike. Udil in a little bit of trouble. Rafflesia doesn't want to interject. They've got the Astro Echo, and Homeboys, they have to let go with the assault. No Chibi, no fight.
Okay, I definitely thought that was an angle there for Zorn to go for like a flicker Wrath of the Dryad play, and then maybe Udil just chunks somebody down. I'm pretty sure that Udil is very happy with his current position as of yet. There's plenty of burst damage, and Todak is just so significantly behind in this matchup.
Well, speaking of behind here, when are they going to come online? Because as of yet, Gary is level 12. He's 3 levels behind. Even if they go in for a Lord objective, it's going to take forever because Chibi will always out-retry Gary unless he mistimes it.
Well, I think that Todak needs to find gold on the map, right? As I mentioned before, it's about Shizo and as well as Momo to scale as quickly as possible. Zyme is eventually going to get there, right? But he's playing more of a utility role than a hard damage dealing role. If he can find these shots on Udil, it's a nice touch, but still, it's not good. The damage isn't really going to stick.
Oh boy. Rafflesia needs to go in for a good pick again. And besides Chibi, who else is a good target for him? It's hard, right?
It's probably Nets. If they can get a flicker out of Nets, that's still pretty valuable. I don't know. As of yet, I feel like Rafflesia is very nervous on the trigger finger sometimes. He just needs to know exactly where Zorn is so it doesn't turn the fight around too much. Or at the very least, members of the Homeboys are occupied and visible on the map, like Udil as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Homeboys is positioning himself to actually take a fight where it's hard for Rafflesia to rotate in time, right? They always pick a fight that is away from the 4 portals that Rafflesia may or may not come by, and because of that, it has been very difficult for Toda to actually start a fight.
Can't really do much here. They might even find another turn back, but Nets is able to catch that wave. In the meantime, at least for Gary, he's got his Radiant Armor, so he should be able to sustain a little bit more damage against specifically Nets. Udil, probably not. I'm pretty sure that he's got the Divine Glaive by now.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay, not going to be starting the fight here. Instant disengage coming from Todak. He realized it's just not worth it. Next Lord comes in. It's going to be in the hands of Homeboys once again. But Rafflesia, they're looking for a catch, but no, they can't. They just have to split push. Astro Echo comes in. The snipe, not going to connect. It is going to be focused on the other side. So Homeboys, they get an easy Lord, while Todak gets a tier 2 down bottom.
And there we go. Udil finishes his Divine Glaive. He should have enough damage to cut through anybody who has a single MR item except
for Rafflesia. They're going to focus on Surfbot. Immortality comes in. Chibi, he's going to get bursted down. What is the damage? They finally found him. Shizo, he'll take Chibi, but he will lose his life. The rest of team from Todak is going to be scrambling as Zorn catches 3 man with the Dryads, and Nets still alive. Todak, they have to back off on Nets. Oh, what a block from Nets. Siam Senpoi.
2 for 2 trade from both sides. So far, so good. A good angle coming in from Rafflesia. But everybody was ready, right? We saw Zorn actually make the attempt with Wrath of the Dryads, only finding Rafflesia, unfortunately.
Yeah, but at the same time, Lord knocking in, they still have Nets. Nets is going to mow down this inhibitor. Nothing Gary can do about it. Shizo finding it back online. Homeboys will respect this and only take the outer objectives right now. But again, the defense from Toda is slowly being peeled apart right here by Homeboys.
12 minutes, 79% for the AI winning prediction in these types of positions. Damage dealt ranking, Zyme Senpoi right on top, right next to Udil, who is currently in 2nd place. Chibi catching up fast though. However, I will say that at this point, it's going to be quite a struggle for the Homeboys, right? Their lead is about to not matter once Todak reaches the 42k mark. They're not just going to be able to kind of muscle their way through Todak's comp.
Well, speaking of comms coming in, they've got vision, but again, Astro Echo comes in. Yeah, I see you there. What can we do? Like, Chibi taking some significant damage. Gary trying to bait out Zorn's over-eagerness. Shizo gonna try and keep a little bit of damage, but Nets already make quick work on the bottom inhibitor. And again, Rafflesia hasn't been able to find any strays yet. Like, except for 2 attempts on Chibi's life, Homeboys is just saying, like, you know what, let's not split push. Let's just do what we need to do, and that's grouping up as 5. And because of this, they get a free value tier 2 up top.
Momo now dragging this out longer than it needs to be, and Homeboys, it's a little frustrating for them, but what can they really do? They're the ones who got caught out, especially with a good play coming in from Rafflesia. And I think that from their perspective, fighting as 5 is necessary so they don't get caught out as easily, but more importantly, they can't afford to lose too much pressure because Momo, I think he's come to a point where he can basically 1v1 anybody on the side of the Homeboys, as long as it's a 1v1.
Ooh, I saw Chibi recalling back and flexing his arms as well. It seems like he is getting a little bit exhausted by playing with the Nolan a little bit here, considering how fast his fingers were. And as of yet, he needs to maintain that focus a little bit faster because of how quickly Rafflesia has been reacting if he sees Rafflesia. Uh-oh. Maybe. Oh, no. He's got to recall. Check the brush, or you. Oh, no. He's got to get out. He forced a Dryad, but at the same time, I'm out of there.
Good flicker. Good flicker. And now Todak, they can start this Lord Dance and have priority over it pretty early on. Pretty sure Rafflesia needs a little bit more time before he can take that shortcut. He should be heading to the top side of the map.
Yeah, they have to go in for the fight. Chibi finds Zyme Senpoi from behind. No Varia. And they also find Gary as they gobble him up. A little bit late to react. Homeboys finds an opportunity. Momo and Rafflesia nowhere to be found. Easy Lord for Homeboys as they continue with their push.
A great pick.
Oh my goodness.
Just a great pick coming in from GB, right? Great game sense. He didn't want to walk through the front line of Todak, so instead, he's looking specifically for Zyme Senpai, a very easy target to get, and they know for a fact that he doesn't have his flicker.
Oh no, Zard with the fry-in! Shizo forced the recall back, but Momo, he finally joins the fight. He takes one down, instantly gets shredded by Neds. Homeboys 4v2. Shizo, Zyme Senpai now. Last to defend, fortunately for them. Homeboys, Lord is going to be coming in, but Todak, can they defend? They need Momo, they need Rafflesia. 20 seconds on the sidelines, it's going to be long. Astro Echo comes in, they are going to start things off with catching Gary. They will find one, but Chibi from the sides, he finds Zyme Senpai. He focuses the crystal. They take game 2. The Kings are here. The defending champions show you why they are the true Kings. 2-0 Todak, 2-0.
Nicely played. GG well played by the homeboys. Nets, he's the better goal laner right now. He's showing his experience here. Shizo, a little too young before he claims his title.
Oh boy, what a stop from homeboys. Todak, they pulled in their pocket strategies. None of them work in the face of homeboys as they understand what they needed to do and completely shut them down. All hail the true Kings. Homeboys, you're defending champions. Now, let's jump into an interview with the host, with Rose.
Itu dia kemenangan besar untuk pasukan Homeboys. 2 berbalas 1.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Hello, and welcome back to MPL MY Season 13 here for the final match of Week 4. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Q as we take you through the final matches for this week for Mobile Legends. And of course, it's nice to see you guys up here again here, Gideon.
Yeah.
What do you think about this upcoming match here? Because we know for a fact that Red Giants here has been the team that everybody has been facing problems to try and take it down here.
Yeah.
Do you think Monster Vicious has a shot at this?
Well, I think that Monster Vicious is going to have a very tough time dealing with SRG. Overall, they look like a well-rounded team, a team that has been able to get some early varnish, early polish early on into the season and continue to improve from then on, right? I think that MV, on the other hand, right, they have a couple of pocket picks that may change up the game. How effective it's going to be could be a little different. Hopefully, they have a big boost of energy today.
And of course, when it comes to boosting themselves with energy here, they have to always recharge themselves with superior taste and quality Arabica beans and grind on with Nescafe, because with Nescafe, they are the reason why they are able to focus in game, keeping hydrated as well as caffeinated to actually, you know, progress throughout long games if it reaches to that stage, right? Like, especially long games.
Yep. And even for you at home, you could be grinding on with Nescafe alongside them as well to give yourself an extra bit of an edge when you are going up on the ladder or looking for that top global. But that being said, I do think that MV, I trust in Coach Haru, right? I trust in his process. I trust what he has done with SMG during his time, and obviously didn't exactly get the results that he wanted to during M5. He might be able, with a little bit more time, turn MV into a potential top-tier team. As of right now, and as where we are standing right here today, it might be a little tough when you're up against SRG.
That's the thing about Haru, right? Haru as a coach, even though his debut as a player didn't have the biggest success when his debut like a couple seasons back, but ever since he transitioned into a coach role, he has been able to bring in a perspective that no other coaches have. And that is a perspective from a third-party perspective. And what I mean by that is that when he looks at his team, he doesn't just look at the meta. He also considers the fact that what are the player habits and what is it going to be targeting for as well. So in this case, Selangor Red Giants, he has worked with them before and he has experience with them. So I want to see whether or not can he figure them out. But before that, here is going to be the standings on what the points are for every single team that is competing thus far. And of course, on the screen here, Selangor Red Giants right at the top. Meanwhile, Monster Vicious is in the borderline here on 7th place, just 1 place away from actually qualifying for playoffs.
Yeah, keep in mind that the top 2 teams will advance to the next round of the upper brackets, and the bottom 4 teams will not advance to the playoffs. So, if Monster Vicious wants to get an upset, or at least get a singular point off of SRG, that is impressive by itself, and honestly is in contentions with Team Hawk to make it into that top 6. SRG, if they win this upcoming game 2-0 or even 2-1, that's going to put them in a position where they cannot drop any further and guarantees them a spot in the playoffs. Where exactly in the playoffs is kind of up to everybody else.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so here. And of course, you know, them being in the hot seat where they're going to be holding their spots for Season 14, but not being able to play the playoffs and showcasing that, hey man, we still got the skills. Who knows? Expect the unexpected. And so far, out of all the 13 seasons, I've not seen that happen before yet. Never. Like, ever.
Well, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Because yesterday, during their interview with SRG, we did get to hear a couple of words from some of the members, some players, that they've still got a lot of strats. Well, not a lot of strats. A couple of picks they would like to show off today and even next week. So we'll see whether or not it's going to be, whether it's going to be good or not. Because keep in mind, this is going to be a battle of best friends here. Both Subway and as well as Stormy played on the same team. After 3 seasons of playing together, they will now be foes for the very first time.
For 3 seasons here, Stormy and Subway has been inseparable. And there was so much talks. I was asking manager as well, why not get Stormy? Stormy's undeniably one of the mage prodigies, one of the upcoming to actually take down the King of Mages. And guess what? But this season, he's beaten the King of Mages. He's beaten the Prince of Mage. It's time to crown a new king. I don't know yet, but he seems to, doesn't want to take it for now. But we know he's, quote-unquote, the uncrowned king for now.
I think he's looking extremely good, right? And I think in terms of like some of the pocket picks that Innocent mentioned that they might be bringing out today, I was hoping to actually see Stormy play Julian in the mid lane maybe one more time. I mean, it's been a very long time, and recently he did get a couple of changes. Whether or not it makes Julian viable is a different story, but against a team like MV, and especially when he's up against somebody like Fakes, he might get away with a couple of things, he might not get away with a couple of things. It really kind of depends.
The purple buff has kind of changed in a way where, like they don't really contribute and help a little bit more. It's a slight nerf there and here. But again, I can see where you're getting at with Julian as well. Like there are people talking about like, hey, they want to give Julian a very, very good early start when he hits those level 3 timings before the usual level 4. So I want to see it. But let's just hope if we are going to be able to see here. Because right now, it's a time to introduce the teams.
Monster Vicious.
After experiencing a fresh defeat, the Vicious Monsters are determined to claw back their momentum. Would impeccable chemistry and a brilliance of Coach Haru be enough for them to stop their undefeated foes? Let's make some noise for Monster Vicious!
Selangor Red Giants.
Expanding the red and yellow territory without any mercy, the Selangor representatives' strides are unstoppable right now. Will they achieve the unthinkable by gunning for a flawless regular season? Only time will tell. Let's go, Selangor Red Giants! Introducing the coach and analyst of both teams, the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. Introducing from MV, Coach Haru and analyst Uni. From SRG, it's Coach Arcadia as well as Azora Vecchi. As they fist bump for the last time, they'll be heading into the Land of Dawn to predetermine who is going to be the victor of this best of 3. Good luck to both teams.
Well, a battle of friendships here between both Subway as well as Stormy is going to be an exciting one as well because, like I said, inseparable. A lot of people think when they talk about Stormy, he doesn't want to leave Subway, but after 3 seasons, Selangor Red Giants picks him up. And guess where he's at? Top of the board. Subway, on the other hand, on the hot seat. Ooh.
I think, at least for Subway, being part of Monster Vicious, he's been with this squad for a while, right? That's why they have impeccable chemistry. But chemistry can only take you so far. And I think SRG really defines, like, what you can do with great chemistry on top of having a very polished line of play. Clean communications between each one of the members and not just as a team. It feels like they never really fall too far behind.
I think we had a little bit of small chat with Karakuri just now as well as regarding Selangor Red Giants as a team, right? Personally, for all their match history so far, it feels like they're smurfing on everyone. But when it comes to matches like this, whenever and if ever they bring in a Vexana, now's a good time to actually bring it up because right now we have the first ever Zenith Twisted Fairy Tale, which is now currently available from the 25th of March until the 30th of April, which is going to be ending very, very soon. Be sure to get it right now, right here, because why? There's still a 30% off on your first 10 draw, as well as 50% off your daily first 1 draws. And you may even stand a chance to win Vexana's Battle Emote, I'm the Queen, Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. So be sure to join in the draws, as well as get your Vexanas. And again, back to the point here, Stormy, Subway, inseparable. I don't know. I feel like Vexana as a hero has gotten really, really strong before this patch. But after a couple of nerfs and introducing a lot of varieties, especially towards the mage item here, it opens up a little bit more in mage pool right now, personally.
No, I mean, let's have a look at the team stats first before we go further on, right? Because I think from some of the other regions, Vexana is still very much viable. But when we look at Monster Vicious, Fakes in particular, we've seen him play Vexana, we've seen him also play this Valentina. Average KP of 79.2% and average DPM of 3,391. He used to be part of that top leaderboard in terms of average DPM, but that has definitely changed. For me, I'm keeping my eyes on specifically Ruff and as well as Zeno. Zeno has been shut down before, and we see what happens to MV when their EXP is taken out of the picture. I think that Ruff is stable, but not stable enough unless he has a strong 4-man.
Yeah, on top of it all, they did pull off a very, very surprising pickup yesterday. They pulled in the Camilla with the Vexana combo, which unfortunately, quote-unquote, in theory, setting up the Curse Plus for those wombo combos is great, but again, they did not able to pull off the combo at all, which is really, really unfortunate. Hopefully, they will be a little bit better. However, their opponents here, Selangor Red Giants, we have Stormy, Innocent, Cram, Yums, and Skies.
Yep, I think this team, it's going to be difficult if you want to try to force your opponents into a situation where they clump up close enough to get a combo like that down, because I feel like SRG is just hyper aware, whether it be the patch or amongst each other, and they're consistently updating each other on the game state, right? As we've heard before, Innocent can be extremely dangerous. He knows when he wants to go in and clean up of these fights, but the big focus is going to be on Stormy this time around to see if he's going to have some more interesting picks, or maybe even for Skies to actually whip out an assassin. Previously, having access to Joy, and now with Joy getting the nerf hammer, it's kind of rough, but there's still other assassins available.
Yeah, Skies has been known for his Joy for a number of times. Like, he's very, very flexible this year. He's showcasing that he can play tag roles position, but again, back to this most recent patch, right? A lot of speculation onto the assassin metas being back in action, and so far, the only assassin that has had good success so far is the Nolan, and so far, Skies is one of those teams, the players that actually brought it to the table and still dominated all the games when he brings the Nolan into the pool. So, I don't know, are we going to see any other assassins that is not Nolan right now?
Well, probably not this week. I think there's still a lot of experimentation to be done. I would very much hope that Hayabusa or maybe even Ling gets introduced into the meta so far, because the one thing that we've noticed amongst the assassins that are highly played here in MPL MY, that being Fanny as well as Nolan, used to be Joy, but now that she got hit by the ban roll, generally they have movement abilities that are not conditional, right? Joy, she still needs to find the target to actually get that refresh when before she even goes for the electrifying beats or just dashing across the map. Hayabusa and Ling, not necessarily. They're just kept down by energy. Now, as SRG has continued to just dominate, right? I feel like Skies is on track to become Malaysia's top jungler. We've seen him play a variety of jungle heroes, and more importantly, his Guinevere is unparalleled, because not a lot of teams actually wanted to pick up Guinevere early on. I would say that the only exception to that would be Skies and as well as Chibi.
I think when it comes to top junglers in Malaysia, back then we were talking about, hey, solos. Okay, this is King of Mage long time ago. Then after that, in transition to Chibi, you know, he came in strong, one of the best assassins out there. And also Chiku at one point was one of the ones that, hey, this was the best junglers. They can only play specific roles. But Skies is a unique jungler here thus far, where he actually debuted himself as one of these most formidable junglers because of the fact that he has so much hero pool, ranging from assassins, ranging from mages, ranging from tanks as well, and every single role he's played so far has been on tip-top condition, and that's scary. And I wouldn't deny that this statement is going to be put out there eventually, but again, he needs to solidify it by the end of the season.
I think a lot of it comes down to the back management of SRG in developing their players, right? I think that a lot of these players, including Yumski, right? Both Yumski and as well as Skies were known to have like high mechanics, great game sense, likes to go in, can 1v5 teams, but then when you get to that 1%, it's so difficult to 1v5, especially in a team-based game, and I think that SRG has kind of tempered their blades, made them really, really sharp in the way that they execute with the rest of the team to ensure that they can eventually get to that point of 1v5ing.
I like the fans' interaction, man. Like, oh, you know, Todak, 0. Homeboys, 0. King Empire, 0. Monster Vicious, you know what's the score. That was so cute. That was so creative.
I'm telling you,
fans,
the fans are getting smarter. They're really taking advantage of the written pamphlets that they've got to support their teams, but at the same time, just to interact and be on stream sometimes, right? We got a minute left on the clock here. I'm hoping to see some extraordinary picks from both sides. I'm hoping that SRG could just take a step back for a second, right? We've seen every single one of their matches. They take it as seriously as possible. It's not like a fist fight. It's Mortal Kombat every single time SRG hits the Land of Dawn.
Speaking of Mortal Kombat here, choosing your characters here. If you guys don't know who these two guys up on screen are, and if you've seen them over the seasons here at MPL MY, these are, I would say, veteran visitors of MPL My. We've got Uncle on the left and we've got Bob on the right.
Both of which showing their support for SRG side, and especially for their jungler here. Sekai's favorite heroes, the Akai, the Nolan, as well as the Joy. That Joy, his favorite heroes are going to change very, very soon, given enough time. But the Akai is something that he had in his back pocket since his debut. That was one of the go-to junglers he would prefer rather than going for the traditional Martis or even Fredrin.
You know, it's interesting to see, like, he was the only jungler that still kind of plays Akai to kind of deal with certain situations based on the drafts itself, right? Like, Akai was one of those annoying jungler heroes like 2 years back, a couple of seasons back, and even though people kind of strayed away from it, considering how squishy it becomes, Sky somehow makes it work, and it's scary considering the fact that how can you make an off-meta jungler work, even though it's technically not supposed to work now?
I mean, it's got to suit your playstyle. You just got to have the right mindset to be playing these types of heroes, because it's not a traditional way of tanking, right? It's disruption, which is pretty normal for most tanks, but it's also displacing your opponents and communicating that. Now it's time. Let's jump right into the draft and figure out what the weapons that these warriors are going to be battling each other with. SRG on the blue side up against MV, Monster Vicious on the red side.
Well, we did see the Masha appearing up previous game here for Todak. We did see the Force. It is still annoying to deal with the Thunderclap, but at the same time, no teams just want to take a gamble with it here. SRG just plays safe, don't want to deal with meta heroes. But what I want to do is that how do they play against the Chips? But at the same time, what is this? Oh my god. What? Veki really, like, come on, man. Like, how many things do you have? And he's just looking at Stormy. Hey, brother, what's up?
They're aware of what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, in a matter of fact. SRG, they ban out the Masha. They also ban out the Angela. MV responding kind by getting rid of the Nolan as well as the Chip. It seems like MV just trying to stay ahead of the game so far, making sure that at the very least, Sekai's is not going to have the fun time on this notable assassin.
You know, what's a good definition of a good coach? To train the players, correct? Like, a coach's job is to train them and make sure that they do their job. And sometimes in life, if you want to get better, you got to be comfortable by being uncomfortable. In this case, with him standing there and looking at Stormy, is making Stormy uncomfortable, is actually training his mental willpower, man.
Well, I mean, I feel like we're talking about an assistant coach specifically rather than a head coach, and I think that's where Zoraveki is like, okay, I got a little bit of leeway here. Can you imagine if Coach Arcadia is the one who's like, Becky, I got this genius meme that we can pull off today against MV. I would think that would be a little wild.
But speaking of genius plays here are some stats so far. SRG has the least amount of unique hero picks, picking only what works, which is 26 heroes thus far. Seems like SRG is a little bit different from the usual top dogs which we see in the previous season, such as Todak, which more than 48, 46 unique heroes. I think at one point it almost hit 50 heroes at this stage.
That's why I'm telling you, SRG does not mess around. They will give the most efficient heroes that fit for the composition for their players. MV, on the other hand, they're a little bit more responsive here. They've done good preparation, and now banning out this Roger means that Harith is going to be the first pick for the side of SRG, since Natan was banned out for the side from SRG's side. MV now with the next 2 picks looking for an opportunity to punish.
Would you say that, considering that because they have used such a limited amount of unique heroes, would you say that SRG has become slowly predictable on what kind of drafts or heroes they're going to be bringing in?
Not really. Honestly, not really. Because I think that SRG's hero pool is a lot bigger than what they show, but at the same time, they don't necessarily need to show it. Just stick to what works as of right now. It's free points, right? Now, MV, they're going to be locking in the power pick Matilda as it slipped through the draft, and as well as that Fredrin. We've seen this Fredrin struggle many of times, and I think that SRG this time around might want to consider going in for the Akai to start disrupting and displacing their opponents, forcing Matilda to try and chase and save somebody with Guiding Wind.
At the same time as well, instead of drafting Uni in, they actually brought Subway as well. Interesting enough, Stormy does know what Subway's tendencies are as a Fredrin here. He may look to actually kind of abuse it, considering the fact that they were former teammates. But what really surprises me is that MV decides to ban the Chips, right? Because if you think about it, SRG had a match yesterday where the Chips was let through and they did not even prioritize that at all. Like, I don't think Yus wants to play it at all.
I don't know if he wants. To say want is a strong suggestion, but
I think at the end of the day, they trust in their coach, right? If this is the right pick, I just got to go along with it and make it work as best I can. SRG now, ooh, wow. I'm surprised they went with the Valentina. I know Sony plays a good Valentina, but it feels like in the draft, they are trying to make a hard prediction of whether or not MV want to actually go for the Farmist, and they want to deter it. Even if they want to go for an artillery mage, deter it, right? They've got the Yuzong as a double insurance to make sure. If you want to play team fight composition, sure, we'll get the Netherrealm regardless. If you want to play an artillery mage, we've got somebody to jump into that back line. And MV now having to take the Claude, the Swiss Army knife of the gold lane.
Interesting enough, SRG opens up with this Yuzong. I feel like this Yuzong, based on all the previous drafts from SRG, right? They even brought in Archive. All this displacements that's happening here, disruption, or in this case, chaos is key to victory for Selangor Red Giants. And I feel like it reminds me of the old Chaos Todak, as in Todak Langgar, the real Todak Langgar, but a more organized version of it.
Well, I mean, that's a double. I mean, that's a bit contradictory, right? They're chaotic, but they're orderly. It's a paradox that is not easy to solve, but it needs to be balanced out, right? There's certain conditions that need to be met, and it feels like SRG have kind of figured out what that formula is starting to look like. Keep in mind, Coach Arcadia has an impressive track record, right? He has worked with big teams like Echo as well as RRQ, and he looks to try and turn those teams into something good given the time. And SRG decided, you know what? I will give you that opportunity to try and turn our team into a super team, and so far it's been looking, and honestly, pretty successful.
Yeah, speaking of success right now, Fanny being respected coming in. They are still opening up Sky's hero pool a little bit more. I don't think Monster Vicious is going to draft the Akai, but if they decide to do it here, I don't think this Matilda Circling Eagle is going to do too much against the amount of disruption that SRG is going to be bringing to the table.
I think Guinevere is still available, and I think that MV might want to get rid of it as well. Force SRG to play something a little bit more traditional, gets the guys to go straight into a Mardis, something along that sort. Rock gets banned out for the side of MV, so it looks like they want to just take away the comfort heroes to see what else they have in the bag for SRG.
Do they want to play Cho for Yums right now from SRG? Because it feels like Yums may be leaning on the Cho, maybe leaning on... I don't think he wants to play Enchanter, right? Like, because if you compare Yums' playstyle in hero pool, he has very, very similar hero pools to Sword in a way where they kind of lean away from it. Like, of course, you know, he's played the Matilda coming from Yums, but besides that, I don't really see that much coming from Yums as a just pure support, like how Rafflesia plays, prioritize in terms of like Enchanters.
Well, I mean, Yums, he can do it all. He's got the mechanics to do so, and given a little bit of time, he should be able to do a good job. SRG is smart. Ban out the Arla. Get rid of the disruption so that Harith can actually play the game rather than getting pushed away from his own Zaman Force. First pick in the second phase for Monster Vicious this time round. What are they going to go for? Mid lane picks can be a little tricky here against Valentina. It looks like they're going to go with the Nana. The Molina Blitz is a good option.
Ooh, okay. Molina Blitz into... This is tough. Like, I can see that they want to try and disengage with this Molina to stop maybe, you know, Yuzong going for the setup combo, or maybe even Harith to a certain degree if tries to go for the Chrono Dash. But again, very, very difficult to set up based on the composition that he has, right? It's banging on the fact that, you know, if Nova sets up the perfect Circling Eagle and then allowing Fredrin to get like a triple man taunt to go for a wombo combo with Nana, not the most ideal here. Because if you think about it here, Nana's capabilities as a damage output here, it's very like one-dimensional. You throw all your spells, that's it. But in terms of kiting abilities here, because of this passive, you can kind of extend the fight. But again, very lacking in terms of wombo combo. But speaking of wombo combo, Selangor Red Giants, they've got the double knockoff combo, and that's going to be the Guinevere and the Minotaur.
Called it. Guinevere getting locked in for the side of SRG to make sure that it's difficult for Fredrin to actually contest for these neutral objectives, especially when he's up in the air, right? I think that the Minotaur makes a lot of sense here, right? You need a support that actually has some kind of CC immunity to engage on these fights so that he doesn't become a liability later on. And he's able to kind of support the team with a little bit of a top-up with his motivational roar. Interesting. MV decide to go for a Thamus to make sure that this early game and these neutral objectives are going to be a little bit more favorable on their side.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really interesting one as well here, as I don't know how this Thamus is going to be fitting into the picture here. here. But what I do know is that if they are able to out-sustain SRG, they are going to be able to come on top. But again, Skies has shown his Guinevere to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yep. With the composition, it looks like SRG, pretty straightforward. They want to have a team fight comp that's able to fight for these neutral objectives very, very often. MV know that the early game might be a little difficult, so they have an even stronger early game EXP laner. Zeno, it's up to you for this early game on this Thamos.
Well, you called it. It's up to Zeno, and we are going to be able to jump into the game right now because it is the time. It is the sign. This is going to be Selangor Red Giants versus Monster Vicious.
Let's see where they're going to be starting on. It looks like MV going to be starting on their purple buff, mirrored on the opposite side of the map. They will end up on opposite sides. So guys, looks like he wants to make sure that at the very least, at the bare minimum, that his side laners gets a little bit of pressure, especially for this huge all.
Yep, speaking of the fights here, it seems like a lot of emphasis on towards the middle lane right now here. Though the best friends is just not connecting right now because Stormy, he's saying hello to Subway, but Subway is like, I don't care. I'm busy farming with jungle, man. But at the same time, do you feel an earthquake right now?
I can definitely hear SRG side. They brought the flags, they brought the drums, they brought the full cheering squad to give their support.
And interesting now, my entire desk is just vibrating off that. It's so insane. Like, SRG's fans are just absolutely phenomenal here.
They've got reason to be. Looking at the emblems, still pretty traditional, nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Quantum charges, not to mention tenacity even. Coming in from Rough as well. Whew. Zeno getting chunked out here. Yeah, this is what to expect from SRG's side. You want to play that early game and try and dominate this EXP side of the map. We're not going to make it easy, especially when we have control over the mid lane.
Yeah, SRG already prioritizing on the bottom lane, making sure that this XP lane is going to be losing out in terms of XP before this first turtle fight. And this is going to put Scram in a very, very awkward, advantageous position because of the fact that he will get his Black Dragon form first. And if he gets his first, there's nothing Xenomar can do. But again, if you were to compare the ultimates here, what can Zeno's ultimate contribute in the first turtle fight?
To buy extra time. He's going to start peeling his very relevant damage, right, to some of the squishier members like Stormy. If he's caught without his dash, I don't think he can really escape Zeno. And not to mention that he has the Vengeance even. So even more reason to be able to kind of just tank the damage for free.
Meanwhile, Yubes, he's going to get caught out a little bit here. A little bit of poke damage coming from both Subway as well as Fakes. But again, this is the Minotaur. He's got the heals. But here comes the Black Dragon trying to zone them out. Easy secured coming from Selangor Red Giants, using the Black Dragon to double down and making sure that Monster Vicious doesn't connect here. But top side, Innocent already bullying Ralph out. He is a level short and he might be losing another creep wave up top if he doesn't make it in time though. But delaying Cram, almost getting caught by Monster Vicious. They are going to make an attempt as well. They actually dropped the Malibra for this. They're overcommitting, but here comes the stays from you.
Oh!
Subway right at the edge, drops the Appraisal's Ramp. The greed coming from Cram gets punished, and they will trade 1 for 0. Oh my god, they should not have gotten that kill.
I think that's a little unlucky for Cram because he didn't see the Appraiser's Wrath, and Subway buffered it just before Yums was about to drop that third hit. Now, Novarex Kobar, he's got to respect Sagai's because he's a full level ahead of Subway as of right now. If he can take away resources, that would be ideal. No Retribution? Perfect. I'm going to take your Beetle.
Yeah, and as of yet, all this jungle stealing coming from Skies is just a little bit annoying here. It feels like Subway is getting out-rotated because of the fact of how mobile Guerrero is. And this is going to be a problem because eventually Fredrin is not going to be able to match Skies. But I'm really surprised, despite all that, I think because of that one kill down middle, he's able to match Skies now.
He will get some gold, which is good, but I definitely think that, like, Monster Vicious, as soon as Zeno got ganked and was forced to actually go for the recall, he needed to kind of communicate to the rest of the team, hey, we need to start moving up towards rough side of the map and give him some pressure and maybe even pick up a wave down on the mid side because it's going to be difficult for me to actually get in on these fights considering that Stormy and as well as Cram is going to hit level 4 before I even make it there.
Yeah, speaking of fights here, seems like they are damage checking each other. Yums and Stormy showing a lot of presence down mid, escorting Stormy with the IMU as well, steals the Molina Blitz. And again, not much is happening. They are rotating. But again, not much action coming in here from both sides. They're just playing it a little bit more passive. Skies might be caught out. Do they want to try to make a 10 as well? Taunt comes in. Here comes the hacks, but the Violent Record comes in. Skies will be able to get out. Stormy's here to retaliate. But again, not enough damage. Fakes, he's got the combo in, but Sky is just a little bit quicker.
A little slow on the execution from MV's side, and unfortunately not good enough when Subway is a little slow, but here we go. Let's see.
Oh, Black Dragon being expended here to try and zone them out. Circling Eagle being faked out as well. But Zeno Mao, he's going to try to make attempts, guys. He takes it, but he pops the ultimate here. Here comes the Minaj Rage from Yumes. Connects on 5. Here comes the Wombo combo. Violent Record from Skies. They take 2. Monster Vicious could not do anything.
Can't do much about that. Even Nova Escobar getting caught up in it. If he was just outside, just a little bit further outside, he might have been able to get a guiding win to save one of their members. But unfortunately, the Subway as well as Zeno going down there. This is means that the bottom side of the map is going to be dangerous.
Oh, okay. They're going to make it attempt on Karam, but top side, Innocent gets the tier 1 up top, but Ruff is dropping very low. No, he almost catches Stormy. No, he cancels. He's going to pop the Blazing Duet. Now he steals the Circling Eagle. He still survives. He gets the additional shield. Cram not connecting the second skill there means he will not be able to drain Ruff's health. But again, this is wasted time for Monster Vision. And now topside Innocent is going to find a solo pickup with Yumes. Oh boy, now Ruff, they haven't gone back. What? Stormy overcommitted. Okay, that's going to be his downfall. But SRG, they will still trade a tier 1 down bottom. Skies, he's looking to interject, but looks like it's not worth it.
A nice, I mean, it's free gold for Ruff. He's happy that he's able to at least get a little bit of gold, but Slanger Red Giants are getting so much more, right? Top side tier 1s for free, bottom side tier 1s for free as well. All of this because Stormy was willing to put his life on the line.
Yeah, speaking of putting themselves in the line, like I'm very surprised Stormy was trying to do that, but again, this feels like a replication of what SRG is doing from yesterday, right? Like they're giving away kills, but they still feel in control of catches here. Skies makes an attempt on Ruff. He does have to force out the Purify 4 now, so that's a big ultimate down on the hands of Skies. So MV still has a little bit of advantage, but again, they need the perfect catch. Stormy stealing the bleeds right now. And do they go for the catch? Skies forces another Purify again. That's going to be 2 Purifies with minimal efforts coming from Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, that's 2 for 2 there. No way they actually want to walk up any closer because Yumes easily could just be no Fury and flicker in on this. Monster Vicious have to trade on the opposite side of the map and take that tier 1 and make sure that they clear this mid while they're at it.
Yeah, they take the turtle top side. Now they are going to be forcing a fight here as soon as they see the cloud, but the gliding wind saves the no Mauer, but no, it's not good enough. Stormy knew exactly where he was going to land. Drops the out. Bye-bye.
They managed to protect the mid tier 1. They clear up that wave. They take the tier 1 on top side for the side of Monster Vicious, but they're still 4.4k behind SRG. The big problem now is that the bottom side of the map is in full control of SRG, and if they want to switch it over to the top side, they absolutely can.
Oh, Black Dragon comes in. They find Stormy. Made a little bit of mistake here. Overextended his stay. He's going to be the first to fall. Ruff now needs to back up, but look at Cram. He's going ham, and Nova almost dying here. He needs the last passive, but it's not good enough. SRG diverts the attention now. Try to bait a reaction, but they will settle with a purple buff. That is the bigger picture for Selangor Red Giants.
Very disrespectful of Cram there, even committing to the Petrify at the same time. I think he was hoping to find a specific target, but unfortunately, the Furious Dive and as well as when he is charging went in 2 separate directions. Now, this tier 2 should fall down to Innocent, and with 55 seconds left, that top side is building very quickly in favor of SRG.
Yeah, speaking of B tier, what can Monster Vicious do? Because it seems like they haven't been setting up for a fight and they're trying to just counter engage off Zeno Mawad, but how do you sustain against a full combo Guinevere, in this case, that hurts even without magic items? What?
I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down.
Oh my god, guys, what a game sense, man. He forced out the Purify again, minimal effort. Violent Record has been expended, but again, the cooldown department, Purify has a much longer one.
Much longer. Man, his game sense is really, really good. Breaking these Purifies off of cooldown every single time, just before the neutral objective as well. I mean, Nova Escobar, he wants to be in front, but at the same time, he can't take the damage, and neither can he run away from Yumes, especially if that Minoan Fury has a flicker to be added on top of that.
It's crazy, right? Considering the fact that Sky's internal clock memory onto his Purify timings is just so spot on. And now he's gonna make an attempt here. Fakes gonna be bobbed up as well. And do they get the first finish here? That's gonna be the passive onto his Nana. Are they gonna go for more? Innocent misses the first kill. He has to disengage, but again, while this is actually happening here, SRG focusing on the purple buff, and Monster Vicious has no response to that.
Yep. Subway even. Again, it's a struggle to walk in his own jungle. He has to take the wave topside. It was accumulating too much. And with Sakai's already being previously 3 levels ahead of him, at least Subway can try and even down the gap back down to 2. But I don't see any momentum shifting from MV's side. They're playing responsive to how SRG is attacking the map.
Yeah, he's deprived of resources here. Is forcing him to take away resources from his teammates, and there's nothing much he can really do, because considering how SRG is positioning right now, look at the aggression coming in. Even tier 2, no minions, they're just right in their face. Monster Vicious in a little bit of trouble here. Great poke coming in from Innocent, forcing Raf to back off. And again, SRG, they're just vibing, hoping that Monster Vicious makes a mistake, and immediately they see it, they're gonna jump.
I mean, Innocent, he's got a huge snowball here, right? Holy Crystal purchase for him as well, super expensive item.
Oh, wait a minute, they do find a catch as Zeno most barely survive, but again, minimal efforts. They force Stormies out, they force the Gridiverse out, but again, can they respond? They need Subway to get the big catch, and so far Skies has been so nimble.
He is just breaking passives, breaking battle spells, always getting resources out of Monster Vicious. This guy's tax is high, and I think, you know, a lot of this just came down to an early interaction for the very first turtle fight, and the gank down on bot side against Xenomount, and losing out on so much EXP has cost them this game.
Yeah, now with the Lord knocking on Inhibitor, I don't think they're going to be break it here, but looks like SRG, they are going to try and force it with the Black Dragon. They're going to zone them out safely here, but Skies finds a 2-man knock. They force double Purifies, instantly cancel out, and SRG, it's time to back out. They did the damage on the Inhibitor. They can't take it out, but damage is done. Damage has been done. Back off. Do not overcommit. Do not do the Hawk.
I mean, the worst part about this is even if they did the Hawk, they still had Yums on that Minoan Fury ready to let loose at any moment of time, just in case Monster Vicious wanted to go for an all-in. So SRG, they've got insurance plan.
Innocent, you know, almost connecting the dot, but again, Stormy from the sides terrifies and interrupts the back lines. Well, he's got Circling Eagle. They secure the Inhibitor. Stormy has done his job to zone them out, but again, they are going to continue with the Pews, but again, job's done. Objective's gone. Take the turret, back off.
Man, middle Inhibitor turret. Really unfortunate. Ideally, they would have liked to get the top tier. No, not even the top tier 1. The top Inhibitor at this point, just to be on the longer side so that Monster Vicious have no choice but to take a very long route to actually manage the minion waves. Now, looking at the items so far, everybody's just greeting out. Once again, we do see that Sakai is going for that first item, Brute Force Breastplate, before going into the Sky Guardian's help. Same can be said about Cram, right? He's not looking for anti-heal at all, doesn't care about it, just wants to get into the fight because they have a significant lead and they plan on holding it.
Yup, Yum's down, looking for the catch. Nova gonna be forced to use the Circling Eagle here. Can he disengage? Yes, he will, but Skies waited. He knows he's gonna run there. He catches him as soon as he's lands. Skies, man. You may be an eagle, but I'm the true king of the skies. And that's what he did. He destroyed and plucked his feathers.
Oh, SRG still 7,000 ahead, now developing it to about 8,000 in a little bit. All the resources now, they've entirely zoned out Subway from his own jungle. It's going to be difficult for him to find EXP, and has to hope that this game drags a little bit longer so that he can at least hit 15.
Oh boy. Speaking of level 15, right? Like, this is a very, very big gap between both Subway as well as Skies. Like, look at how aggressive and proactive Skies is compared to Subway. And I don't even feel bad for Subway, but like, what can he do as a Frederick? Like, I've got one of the shortest dashes in the game, and even if I go in front, can I outmaneuver Guinevere, which has like what, 2, 3, maybe even close to 3 times to actually back off out of this fight?
I mean, Guinevere definitely has the distance, don't get me wrong, but I think that Fredrin, his main goal is to lock somebody down.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the members from the side of SRG, they're just too difficult, right? The key targets are, hold on.
Okay, speaking of key targets here comes the Soulless Circling Eagle to try to say hello to his friend. He's getting kited away, but eventually The gliding wind will get him out to safety. The Lord going to be knocking on the middle tower here. He's going to be escorted to the top side. Do they focus on it? No, they don't. The turret will help a little bit more to Crystal to finish him off. So, but the bottom turret is pretty much done for now. SRG still taking slow and easy, going for the minions rather than for committing fights here. Monster Vicious, they're playing very, very defensively here. They don't really know how to start the fight, as SRG is also not bothered. They're just taking objectives, man.
I mean, this passive play coming up for MV is mainly because they know that Yum still has a counter-engaging ult. Same goes for Cram with the Black Dragon form to close that distance. Obviously, even if Innocent decides to use the Salmon Force early, doesn't really matter.
Oh, Minon's Rage finally pops as well. Connects on 3. Here comes the Wombo combo with the collapse of the Black Dragon. They're all disrupted, but the damage is not good. Ruff gets a blazing to end off, but finally gets cancelled. Skies finds him mid-air, is down, and now Stormy and Cram looking for more. Crystals exposed. Monster Vicious, they run out of gas. Noah finds Cram, but again, Monster Vicious, they don't even care about ending the crystal. They just want to be in your face. The Giants completely stomp the monsters.
Clean game, such a clean game. SRG, they take every game seriously. They're not here to mess around. They're here for those points, and that's gotta feel really, really bad for MV, right? They lost tempo, was never able to regain control over their side lanes, cannot get tempo over these neutral objectives, and as long as Gooms is holding on to that Minoa and Fury, there's so little that they can actually do.
Oh boy, what a performance coming from SRG. A masterclass here on season 13 here. Undefeated for a reason. The Giants among all Giants. In this case, one step closer to, you know, reaching the finishing mark. In this case, the finishing mark is ideally 9 games without a single loss.
Well, I mean,
live matches.
If they win this next upcoming one, they're putting themselves in position to almost guarantee being in the top 4, right? And then afterwards, the next 2-0 that I'm going to assume is going to happen if I was a fortune teller would probably help them secure top 2, and then maybe there might be a we'll see how the other teams actually do. But so far, I think that MV, they've really got to start thinking about some of their plans, right? Because again, when we do see Fredrin get locked in, they're so... Sakai in particular, he's very comfortable with dealing with it, right? I think that MV really have to go out of pocket to shake things up against SRG.
Yeah, and when it comes to comfort picks, especially for Subway, he has leaned on these 4 heroes. Fredrin, Martis, Akai, and last but not least, I think it was Bauman. And we haven't seen that for a very, very long time. So, and I feel like from Monster Vicious 5, it feels like they need to play around Subway being able to do more than just that. But of course, with that being said here, that's us. Enough of Monster Vicious. Let's talk about the MVP for this match.
They have another one. They've got another meme. Innocent wants to get the MVP of the game. Oh my goodness. That's so funny.
I swear, Selangor Giants is gotta be the most uniquely entertaining team ever. Like, we've seen Homeboys. It's all about the trash talk. It's all about this. But Selangor Giants is all about the memes, man.
I'm telling you, it's class. Real good stuff coming out from SRG inside and outside of the game, no doubt about it. One of the greedier builds coming out from Innocent. Full damage, no situational items. I'll never be caught. I've got a team of 5 here. 4 other members to protect me so that I can just dish out damage.
Yeah, speaking of dishing out damage, right? Innocent has been one of the strongest gold laner coming into his MPL MY. And I think even in the previous interview, we did see a little bit of the videos thinking like, who do you guys think has the best macro gameplay? And Innocent is one of those candidates thus far, and it's no surprises because look at him. He's got 4 and 4. He's not afraid to challenge your opponent to the limits. Even though I'm just a single gold laner, like it's 6 minutes a game. I'm just a gold laner. I don't have damage. It's okay. I'm willing to push you.
I think so far, based on what SRG, the biggest strengths that they have are just super, like their Storming as well as Innocent are very lane dominant. They know exactly what they need to actually get themselves over the finish line and really create advantages for themselves. One of the lowest kill count games we've seen thus far, 15 minutes. I would have hoped that this would have ended a little bit sooner, but SRG never really wanted to shove their lead down MV's throats. It's just very tactical. As long as you hold on to the correct abilities, MV have no reason to actually find this engage. And unless they can start burning their resources like the Purifies, like we continuously Sakai's, it's just like a Python. They're slowly choking you out.
Yeah, speaking of a Python here, this game feels like a replication of what RSGMY did to Team Hawk, right, in particular. Because with the moment it started the game as well, Stormy is just pulling out Fix all the way through from level 1. Like, just before the first engagement, boom, Fix is already down towards half HP. And for RSG, Izanami did exactly that to Lixia 2 games in a row.
Well, I mean, maybe Nova probably should have gone for the Soul Bloom instead of the Guiding Winds at level 1. That's probably one of the bigger reasons why that lane was particularly difficult at level 1, and more importantly so, I think that also the spacing from Yums is really, really good, because Fakes is like on a micro scale, right? Fakes is trying to find the most ideal boomerang, right? He wants to be able to hit the wave, he wants to hit Yums and Stormy at the same time. He knows that Stormy is a little bit harder to hit, but he can guarantee to hit Yums. But Yums is like standing in a particular position where it's a little slightly off tangent where Stormy is, but also at the same time it gives him the option to walk away from the waves if Fakes decides to position to line it up nicely.
Yeah, it's all about clearing those creep waves quickly, right? Hitting those level 2 advantage and how you quickly push through it. And I think SRG has come to a stage where they understand that each level matters. And once you reach level 2 here, if you are slightly stronger here, let's abuse it. You know, let's straight up abuse it. But speaking of abusing here, let's talk about the damage dealt so far. Harif, almost every single series we've seen a Harif thus far in this past 3 days, with of course, Harif topping the damage chart thus far. 80,000 up on Innocent compared to Ruff with the Claude.
I mean, Ruff is just farming the entirety of the game. That's why he has one of the lower kill participations. And to be fair, there weren't a lot of kills for his team overall, but you can just see how difficult it is to get in on SRG's side, especially when the trigger figure, it's just hovering. You don't know when they're going to pull it.
Yeah, and I like how Yums has one of the biggest trigger discipline, and it's crazy because of the fact that usually when your teammates engage in fight, you kind of want to follow up, right? Like, Yums is the guy that is just observed. You know, Skies, you do your thing. He starts to fight, I'll just look. Oh, that's not a good fight, I'll just wait. And because of this patience from Yums, it forces Monster Vicious to be put in a stalemate just because Yums hasn't reacted yet.
Do if you don't, and I mean, you still lose if you don't do anything. So regardless, it's just a continuous winning situation for SRG, right? Again, this really comes down to tempo, and I think that Haru has to kind of shift his mindset in this upcoming draft to how do I have tempo breakers? How do I have specific power spikes that are able to kind of keep up with SRG? And yes, there were moments where definitely SRG were abusing their micro mechanics to get free resources out of MV. Would you call it a mistake, or would you call SRG just a better team? I think at this point in time, we could just say that SRG is just the better team.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent as well in terms of micro details and decisions as well. We saw a little bit of aggression coming in from Stormy, but when we talk about, I think you mentioned about them being the better team, right? I feel like SRG is just smurfing again. Like, they're straight up smurfing every single game.
But they're not doing it in a disrespectful manner, right?
True.
They're making sure that they're taking every series as if this is a world championship, right? They are making sure that they're not making too many silly mistakes, or at the very least, even if it does occur, they bounce back super quick. When Stormy died on the bottom side, what happens? 2 turrets ended up getting destroyed. Top side jungle all falls into the hands of Innocent, while you see Sakai's just trying to just fish out for Purifies from both Ruff and Nova X Kobar.
Yeah, it's been 2 days now. SRG is playing yesterday and today. It feels like they're playing chess while MV is playing checkers, right? And every single deaths that they've made so far may look like, oh, he's feeding, oh, he's trying here. But it feels like it's a sacrificial play with intent, because every single time they make a play like that, like let's say Stormy died, the other side of the map is getting so much space in order to achieve a better objective. And we've seen this multiple times now, and it's crazy because every single time they make a play, it's before the first turtle. And because of that, it pushes enemies, your opponents, to be put in a position where, do I recall? And if I recall, do I have enough time to position myself into the turtle fight, which puts SRG ahead because of the fact that, oh, I die first, I respawn first, oh, I'm going to be the first one to reach the turtle first, while you need to recall, wait for a 6 second, regen your health, and then walk back out.
And I think that MV, unfortunately, right, I think when it comes down to the draft, especially when it comes down to the bans, I think they need to open it up a little bit more. Yes, taking away comfort picks from SRG is good, but you can't get all of them, especially if you're not targeting a specific person rather than the entirety of the team. I can understand why they wanted to get rid of Grok, obviously, because again, Subway would struggle even more during these neutral takes. And Yums, it's just one big ult. If we can get that out of him, then maybe we have an opportunity with our extra bit of mobility in the help of this Matilda. Once again, another loss for Matilda, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here. Matilda had a very, very strong win rate in that regards. And again, you know, it feels like Nova was just very uncomfortable. Like, what can he do as Matilda? Like, he goes forward, comes in, sits there. Great. How do we follow up? Okay, Fix drops an ultimate. Guess what? Could not burst down Skies. And that was I think there was this one catch that Monster Vicious had during the 5-minute mark. It wasn't enough to take down Skies just because how far ahead Skies was in terms of level. And maybe Skies was a little bit lower in terms of level. Maybe they could have gotten the kill, but again, MV just couldn't find the setup that they need.
Well, I mean, it's just how some of these abilities work, right? I mean, Subway was already in the top of Skies. He already got the initial knock-up, use the energy surge at the same time, and then there's a bit of a buffer time before you can actually go for that knock-up once again. And Fix, he tried his best, right? I think, unfortunately for him, he didn't land the Molina Smooch in time, and more importantly so, the Molina Blitz, it comes into, it has three circles, it's not really a
the
bounce,
3 paws.
Really. The 3 paws, yeah, the 3 paws.
Out, yeah.
Each one comes out in an interval, a fixed interval.
Agreed.
It's not like it gets faster as the levels go by. In that short period of time, Sakai is able to magic thump out of there.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for them. But again, now let's talk about the stats here. The Hall of Fame, Rich Guy is going to be innocent himself. The most damage dealt is going to be undeniably him as well. But the whole total damage taken, Zeno Mao. And again, this was my question earlier in the drafts. Why would you pick Thomas? You said that he's going to be the guy that sandbag. Yep, yeah, here he is. He is the sandbag. But does he actually contribute in terms of team fights? Because as of now, are you just taking damage and also disrupting a team fight, or just taking damage for the sake of taking damage?
Well, specifically for Zeno's role on this Thamos, right? It may seem, most people are going to think, man, Thamos is just very early game oriented. Yes, he's supposed to dominate lane, and he's supposed to be able to get to that turtle first because of the amount of kill pressure that he has. But I think SRG, that one gank really disrupted his tempo, right? He gets level 4 a little bit later. Cram as well as Stormy both hit level 4 at the same time. And now MV are a man down, even though the turtle is spawning on the EXP side of the map. So with that being said, that first turtle immediately gone. We were hoping that maybe the upcoming turtles were going to be a little bit better, but then Sakai's game sense starts kicking in, and then it becomes impossible to walk up to these turtle fights when you don't have your purifies.
Yeah, this was a little bit of blunder coming from Selangor Red Giants just because of the fact that, you know, Cram walked back up, but this was a sick catch from Yums, right? Like, prior to this year, like, even though it's got Purify, if you talk like, hey, catching Roth and Nova is great, but they were able to catch 3 targets without Purify because of Yums' setup. And Skies already used the initial Magic Thumb. He just walked up. Because they were knocked out, I just popped the Violent Requiem and just chain stun all the way through. It's crazy.
Just really good combinations overall, right? There's so many interactions here between these heroes that enable Sakai to go in with just Violent Requiem. He doesn't necessarily need to enable himself with the Magic Thumb. So once again, well done to SRG. They're still looking at the top of the charts, but there's still one more game to be had here. I'm curious to see whether Haru has done enough preparation to really shake things up against SRG, but I think he needs to open up the draft a lot more here. Let all the power picks through at this point.
Yeah, I think when it comes to power picks, I feel like this kind of reminds me of 2 patches back, where there was an idea that came out from the other regions first, where they brought in the Minotaur, they brought in the Guinevere, as well as the Novaria to kind of abuse the knockup effect. But for now, Selangor Red Giants still kind of leans onto that, but they make it work really, really well, because especially now when magic items has gotten a huge buff. And I feel like right now, with this Guinevere pickup here, it's just so difficult to execute. Think about it. Like, in theory, it looks cool, it looks fancy, Novara out, extra hitbox, knockup means better Violent Requiem. But Selangor Red Giants make it look so easy to pull off, but if you try in your ranked games, That's not easy at all.
It's not. It really isn't. And it's not because of the hitboxes. It's because you also have to contribute the other factors in this matter, right? Who is able to bait out resources? Who is able to give you that call of, oh, he's already dashed. He's got no other abilities. Can you land this magic thump? And when you do, it feels good. A lot of it is just the raw communication coming in from SRG's side. I mean, their plan was very, very simple. If we are able to kind of hit Xeno in the gut just for a short period of time, we get tempo on our side. We leave Ruff on an island up against his opponent, up against Innocent as his opponent. Innocent will get the job done. He has a winning matchup, and it takes too long for Ruff to actually scale. In 4v5 situations that we've seen MVB put in a majority of the time, SRG, who comes to the rescue, who has that extra bit of damage to get them the extra couple of picks, it's Innocent.
Yeah, and speaking of Innocent right now, I think Innocent has proven himself to be a very, very dominant gold laner in terms of playing the Harry, in terms of Roger as well. But it looks like we are going to have a player swap this time. They're bringing in Uni to kind of replace Subway. And will we finally see Uni play that assassin that I've been asking for? I want to see it happen. But you can see the fans, they're calling out Yums as being cute. He's got a cute personality.
He's adorable. He's adorable. He's just like a teddy bear, man. He is soft all around. Absolutely disgusting in game, like most teddy bears are. You better check your soft toys at home, man, because if they're playing Mobile Legends, they're gonna outrank you and steal your top globals.
It feels like a horror film rather than actually cute soft toy, man.
Hey, what do you think he doesn't say a lot during the interviews? Coincidence? I think not.
Silence is very, very scary. But at the same time here, let's take a look at the WhatsApp message by Haru here. Gonna be texting here. What did MV learn from playing with Uni? We're giving him his chance to be ready to experience his first game, but I think it backfired on us. For me, I think he still needs more game time training to perform better. And this time, you know, baby steps. Haru says, you know what, it's okay. Monster Vicious, it's our first time coming in here. Our objective here is to learn from the best and then do our best.
Yep. So giving Uni that experience is, I would say, it is definitely a kindness, and I hope that he doesn't end up playing Fredrin, to be perfectly honest. I'm getting real sick of seeing these Fredrins and then losing out to matchups where he gets locked down and he still doesn't get the neutral objective, but he can tank a lot of damage, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can see fans as well. Slango to the finals, Slango until death. In this case, Slango Red Giants, well, haven't died yet. They haven't lost a single game. They've died a couple heroes, but they haven't lost a single game. But now drafts coming in here, Chips, Harif, as well as the Yuzhong being banned. Monster Vision respects the amount of disruption that happened in game number 1. A little bit of a different approach from Monster Vicious, but SRG, Angela, Matilda, goodbye.
Yeah, they're getting rid of the Enchanter supports. Rather interesting. This is a little different. It looks like their blue side and red side have two very separate strategies from the side of SRG. I'm trying to keep track of how many notable things happen with SRG's overall draft, because I feel like Coach Arcadia, he always comes in with a plan. What that plan is, sometimes I question it itself, because he somehow always gets his regular picks every single time.
Speaking of regular picks, right? I think it comes down to the fact that because there is so many more heroes now in the pool, it's gotten to the stage where I think we have discussed this for 2 seasons now. Oh, there's only 10 bans. We need more. Boom. Now we've got only 10 bans, but they're getting so much more heroes to come in. But now with the Nolan coming in, first pick,
they're more afraid of Sakai's than they are of Innocent. Innocent's gonna get Roger.
Oh boy.
They're going to get Roger. I think SRG is going to go with Valentina one more time, because they're just that, I mean, Stormy is just that confident as of yet, right? And then they're going to hold off on what their support is going to be. Maybe they lock in the Barats. Potentially, I could see that definitely happening here. Maybe use it as a flex pick for the jungle. So it could, if that's the case, then it would be Barats Roger for the side of SRG, right? Arlet instead. Arlet and then Roger. Okay, so instead of the jungle EXP flex, they're gonna go with the Roam EXP flex. I'm fine with it. It's okay as long as you're able to kind of sweep Nolan. I think it's good enough.
I think this is more like a denial pick coming from Slango Red Giants. Like Roger, great. You know, I feel like the Arlet is more like a denial pick for the fact that both Nova and Xeno plays and prioritizes this hero for Monster Vicious. And based on how they're drafting so far as well, this is something that they kind of lean on when it comes to comfort picks. I feel like oh, just because you took my Nolan, I'm going to take 2 of your heroes. But in this case, Minotaur also going to be picked off at CC. Huh, okay.
Blind CC here. All right,
What?
they're expecting, they're saying if you throw Arla into the EXP, you're not going to, Cram might not necessarily have a good time. We haven't seen Cram actually really flex a lot on the Arla, to be fair.
Yeah.
So it's all still up in the air. I'm very curious. I like the way Haru is thinking about this, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this might just be the time that SRG looks over at Sakai's and says, hey, it's a Nolan. You think you could take him on with a Fanny or maybe even a Ling this time round?
I think it isn't too bad, considering that Skies does play a mean Fanny, right? Like, I feel like this Arla is going to be in the hands of Cubes here. But is that a jawhead? No, it's okay. What? A Fredrin? Really? Really? SRG is going to play the Fredrin?
Man,
what?
Okay, all right, sure. They're the ones who are going to be picking up the Fredrin. They don't really have to worry about like Akai. They don't have to worry about Barats. They don't have to worry about Guinevere because they've already locked in the Nolan. So it's a pretty big tell, right? Nothing to really worry about here. They just want to sandbag him. We go into the second part of the ban phase. We're still missing a mid laner as well as the confirmation about Roman EXP for the side of SRG. MV, on the other hand, still missing their own mid laner themselves, but they also don't have a gold laner.
To be honest, I feel like SRG might be putting themselves in an awkward spot just because of the fact that if we do see a replication of how Homeboys did Todak, right? Like, if Uni is able to play this Nolan to kind of out-farm Fredrin, Skies is not going to have a good time. And I feel like SRG's test is that how do they deal with this nimble Nolan? That's one. Or is this a fake out? And what I mean by fake out is that is this Arlot roam Fredrin XP and then just pick another jungler?
Well, I was thinking about that first for a moment, but then considering how SRG has played, usually they give Cram something that can actually maintain his lane, right? And I think that Fredrin it's possible for Fredrin to do so. It's a little rough against the CC until you're about like level 4, and that's when you really start to ramp up, right? But prior to that, that lane should be in the control of Xeno. So I think they need to really focus down on who their mid laner is going to be first.
Yeah, and as of yet, Terizla and the Tan ban coming from SRG. Monster Vicious gonna deny the Loi and another major. I think Valentina should be taken out here. It's a comfort pick coming from Stormy. And think about it, stolen Minon's Rage isn't too bad. I think the CC's out isn't too bad, just for the fact of just making sure that Nolan can't run away from his teammates, right? So I think banning it away isn't too bad. Unless SRG says like, I'm gonna bring the Farsa, which I think so.
I think what's worse is that if MV ban out the Valentina, that means SRG get to pick up farmers for free. And then after that, Minoan Fury into Netherrealm. That's not the funnest of times. Yep, they get rid of the Grok. I can respect that. At least Grok can kind of walk into the jungle very early on to scout out for information. It's going to be free Valentina for the side of SRG as expected. And now MV, they have to make a couple of choices because for all we know, this could be a double fake out here, right? That Fredrin could go into the EXP lane and they need to be very wary of it, right? CC doesn't necessarily push too hard, but has a decent matchup in both Fredrin and as well as Arlen. So they're not too worried about that. They're more worried about how exactly are they going to make this team fight composition come together.
I actually hate that Selangor Giants is starting to get a little bit predictable considering the amount of unique heroes they have because of this. Like Stormy, besides Valentina, what else? Like, is this a good matchup for Valentina besides stealing the Minon's Rage? Or is this just picking it, forcing MV to pick heroes that doesn't give good ultimates?
Both. It does both at the same time. That's why he goes for it. And now MV, they're like, all right, we're going to double down on our plan. We're going to get the Barats. We're also going to get the Farmers this time round. Looks like the gold lane, they're saying, you know what? It's fine. We're just going to man fight you.
Is this a gold lane CC? It seems like a gold lane CC.
Against the Roger.
Or is it a Barats gold lane? I think it's gold lane CC.
We'll see in a little bit. We'll see. It can go either way. It's totally fine. And now SRG have to make some choices because I don't feel like assassin style junglers are going to be any fun in this game. He's going to have to play Fredrin, right?
Okay, they bring in the Xbox as well. Wait, is this Xbox jungle? Xbox jungle?
No?
Fredrin? Okay, Fredrin jungle. Alright. Seems like that's going to be a triple flex coming in from Selangor Red Giants, but they pretty much double down with the Fredrin jungle.
I like these plans. I'm so curious whether or not Coach Arcadia was trying to set up a situation so that the guys can actually play an assassin. But now MV with a death ball combo of their own, very dedicated around not only picking their opponents off, but more importantly, fighting as 5 with so many melee heroes and semi-ranged heroes. SRG, let's see whether or not they can stop this momentum one more time.
Well, it's all up to Uni, the pinch server for Monster Vicious. Can they topple the Giants? Because now we're heading to the final series, game 2, potentially the last game, potentially for Selangor Red Giants versus Monster Vicious for the final game of week 4.
Here we go. They start rolling in. Let's see what their starts are and what the strategies that are going to be applied very early on. Arlet's hiding in a bush. Cram probably needs to make sure, Barats needs to make sure that his stacks are online. So it's purple buff start. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but at the same time here, it feels like Skies is going to lose out a little bit, right? We know for a fact that Assassins will just clear a little bit faster here. I was expecting maybe Selangor Red Giants is going to try and intercept and harass Uni here, knowing that Yums does have the tendency to do so, but Roam Arlet, where is he roaming right now? Because middle lane, both level 2, Nova also level 1. Do they want to force a fight? Yes, they do. That's a poke at Nova. What can I do? I just go in, stop, forces the flicker, tries to pull him back.
Nice.
But where's the follow-up? It looks good. Uni, does he interject? No, he doesn't. He gets stopped. He only has 1 charge left.
Not enough energy. Unfortunate indeed, but they managed. Again, it was pretty close. Good ideas coming out from the side of Monster Vicious, but also keep in mind that at the very least, information denied by their opponents. Pause comes through. Looks like it came from MV's side? No, SRG's side, and is with Yums. All right, we'll see what kind of a problem is, whether it's type 1 or type 2. It does feel like it's a type 1 issue, so it shouldn't take too long to solve.
Seems like a little bit of an issue here, and I know for a fact that crowd is extremely excited. This is the moment. This is the moment that we are waiting for to figure out. Of course, we are going to be excited to see the game here because a little bit of mistakes coming in from Monster Vicious, but are we going to see the one and only? But it seems like it is a Type 2 issue. What's happening here, Gideon?
A Type 2 issue. Probably it's this audio then, right? They got to make sure that it's all working nice and fine so they can communicate with each other, right? With SRG, here's the fan club, the entirety of SRG. They brought on over the full cheering club here to make sure that SRG doesn't lose spirit, never runs out of gas.
You know, I have no idea what they're singing, but at the same time, I finally understood what you meant when we're sitting here and they're all the way across the other stadium and we can still feel the vibrations and how loud they are. I can barely hear you.
I mean, I can't wait to ask the BM desk whether or not their ears are okay or whether they could hear each other. The last time we heard, apparently it wasn't that bad. So maybe it's just where we are, right? Where we're seated. It looks like the problems are getting solved pretty quick here. Thank you, Cedric, once again, and his luscious biceps to ensure the integrity. More importantly so, I am a little concerned whether or not MV have a plan for the mid-game.
Yeah, and speaking of a plan right now, I feel like MV, they have to actually settle down and figure out like, hey, guys, we made a little bit small bundle here. Can we clean up our act? Because as of yet, Uni is struggling a little bit more, but right now, SRG on top. Oh, okay. That's
showing their support, man. They're showing their support any way possible. And just before they do the unpause, doing a quick check amongst everybody else, making sure that there's no more issues before we start getting back into this game. Still a minute left on the clock, so might as well sit back, relax, grab some water if you need so, because this is going to be a hot game.
Yeah, seems like there is also a little bit of issues here coming from Monster Vicious. They need to discuss a little bit more. But at the same time, here are the fans asking for something. They want taunting because the other type, the other opponents, seems to be a little bit, well, I would say Natalia.
Natalia? Nah.
I don't think there's a Natalia in the That's crowd here, but it seems like they're just a little bit more quiet.
I mean, you know, MV, with the way that they lost in game number 1, nothing to get too excited for. They're hoping that MV is able to kind of turn things around. And considering what the early interaction was, trying to punish Stormy, I think they've got some good ideas on hand, and I think they're getting sharper. They're just warming up to this, and I'm hoping that they can actually get get an advantage over SRG? Because so far it's been tough to see.
Oh, looks like we do see Cedric, and he is saying go time. We're going to be jumping straight into game. Stormy going to be recalling back to actually reset their healths to try and set up for this upcoming fight. But again, Innocent already making quick work of the gold plate. What? How?
Apparently, Ruff died at some point, and so did Yums. We did see what happened earlier to Stormy, but we don't know what happened to Yums specifically.
That was unexpected. Like, Innocent, 2 minutes game, gets gold plating, gets a kill as well. That's a pretty good start for Roger, and especially a Roger right now. Because now Turtle contest comes in. He's gonna drop the praises round. Skies is gonna steal it away. They drop the insanity. They are gonna try and collapse up Xenomount. The count altar comes in. They are gonna try to disengage. NetherRealm barely keeps Xenomount alive, and they are gonna disengage. But guess what? They want more. Here comes the gobble in. They get the stolen. They told us welcome here. Xenomount tries to gobble them up. He will be able to reset this and go in for the fight. Stormy, what is that?
I mean,
wait, it's not a stolen Bleedor's welcome. What is that interaction, man?
Look,
crazy.
I mean, Stormy did steal away the NetherRealm to kind of keep his members alive, right? But I think it was a bit of a mistake on Zeno's part to actually go for the Daytona's welcome. And it's not about the targets, it's the timing of it, right? Because they already expanded their resources earlier and nobody had their ults available. And even for Uni, even if he really wanted to be part of that fight, right? He doesn't have enough energy to do so. So just the lack of awareness. It was a good pick, but if everybody had their cooldowns available, maybe it could have changed the tides.
Yeah, speaking of the tides here, Uni now not having purple buff means that we are going to be not going to see that quick Nolan capture here, and it feels like Selangor Giants has figured out on how to slow down this oppressive aggression, right? In terms of jungle matchup, obviously Uni is going to be able to wave clear here, but if you apply so much pressure and steal away the purple buff, well, he is evening the odds for now. But meanwhile, Innocent doing a pretty okay job. He's just casually farming. Ruff, what can you do?
Man, he is freezing right in front of his turret. Like, Ruff, he can't even find a trade. Innocent, he's now going to start pushing this lane out because he knows that the turtle's about to spawn in about 30 seconds or so. If they proxy the wave, that'd be most ideal. But here we go.
Humes flickers forward, tries to pull Ruff away, forces the sprint out. He manages to walk out. He gets a double catch with the ultimate here. But where's the follow-up? They need to go for it as well. Nova, they're going to dive on Humes. Here comes the mid-on range. A one-man catch, but at the same time, here comes Innocent. They're dropping them down low. Stormy going to buy a little bit more time. Can he get the first kill? Yes, he can. That's a double. Can he get the triple? No, Cram steals it away. Selangor Red Giants calculates it properly.
Wow, they even got Cram in on this fight, man. He left the lane so early on, but with Monster Vicious' response to pick up that kill onto Yums, it felt like they had an opportunity, but they didn't get Stormy, who walked outside of the third into the Minoan Fury, and then eventually turns things around with his own Shadow Strike, applying fear to 3 members.
Skies now going to try and catch onto Nova. Stormy making work as well. That's some serious damage being used, but there's not enough health loss on Skies, but still enough to scare him off. Top side, Yums and Innocent going to be pressuring the top side once again, but this is crazy. Selangor Red Giants is in a situation where they may have slightly lost a little bit more control, but they are able to take a big lead. But for now, they told us welcome. Why? Like, I don't think they can kill him here. Insanity comes in, Cram. He's going to try and zone them out. Skies looking to interject. Can he get the taunt? He's slow right at the edge. He needs the taunt. No, he misses it. But Stormy from behind says, I've got you. I've got the NetherRealm. He bought time. He survived. He wants Yums to go in for the catch, but the counter NetherRealm has been expended. That's the big ultimate that Monster Vicious cannot afford to lose.
So good, so good. They even proxy this wave to guarantee this tier 1 down on the bottom side of the map and even get Cram his Faraga armor. I said earlier, Cram is definitely not going to die. Sakai's is too nearby and they have mid-prio, so they're going to make it just in time here. Look at this, Innocent, absolutely just destroying Ruff in lane.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Tier 1 falls on the bottom side. Monster Vicious, they are going to lose that control in the bottom side, but again, they need more.
Oh my God!
What is that damage, Nova? Why are you committing? What? He's going to get picked up. That's a freebie for Cram, and now Uni getting terrified as well. Yums with the final slash, drags them off, and now Innocent gets a double. He's gonna get the triple. Give it to him. Give him the quad, the maniac. He gets it, and SRG wipes the floor of the monsters, demolishing under the tier 1.
Just high class. It's fine vintage here, right? Nobody can really appreciate how beautiful that dive was. They juggled aggro. I mean, I don't even know what the call was. I bet it literally was Innocent was like, give me a maniac, and everybody was like, okay. And they didn't need to say anything else except juggle that tower aggro perfectly as well.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Selangor Red Giants. A master performance, masterclass indeed, undefeated for a reason. And as of yet, Monster Vicious just did not expect it. Nova, one blunder is all they need. And now with the concealed plays, Yums, what? They just concealed, walked up and say, hey, I'm gonna make a play. And again, Selangor Red Giants, they're looking for this mistakes. And now they finally find it. And that's gonna be rough. Just a pixel off position. They dive onto him. Now purple buff, gonna go for more. Zeno, he needs to catch someone. But Crab, he misses it. He misses it. Oh,
it's fine. It's fine. It really doesn't matter if these abilities hit or not. I don't think people understand. Yes, they are standing there with the conceal menacingly, but they also see 3 members sitting around a tier 1, and they've already broken tier 1 on the top side of the map, so now they completely cut off their rotation angles to protect Ruff. All of this is being set up. All of this is just why they're so high class.
Yeah, it's crazy how confident Selangor Red Giants is. Even the tier 1 down middle is like, what, 80% health? They still dived it, but here he comes. Daytona's welcome on Crab. He's got the Firaga armor. He flickers out of there with Insanity. He's going to be able to get out here. And Monster Vicious is like, what can I do? Why? Of all the targets to catch, why the export?
More importantly so, I don't think he needed to use that flicker there, but he got real nervous like, dang, I'm underneath the turret. That's some dangerous stuff.
Yeah, they can't afford to give pressure away to Monster Vicious, right? If they want to secure this victory. And in this case, guys, it's going to make a Temur rough. Like, Nova was just like, oh, it's just a Frederick. It's okay. It's not worth it. But now going for the double one as well. Minon's Rage comes in. They get it pull. The double CC out as well. SRG, they made a mistake. That's a lot of damage. And now Zeno, they are going to try and chase on the Sky as well. Can he get out? Yes, he can. Selangor Red Giants punished for their confidence. But Innocent has something to say. Sit down, Ruff. Sit down.
So good. So good. Sakai's micro level, so disgusting to play against. Survives through his natural passive regeneration, buying a little bit of time as well.
Oh no, Zeno, he's dropping so low. He's got terrified. Innocent, 1 tap, 2 tap, bye-bye. Goodbye, dinosaur. You're extinct.
He literally kills him mid-animation of the Daytona's welcome. You can see Zeno, he was walking towards him and Innocent just slapped him.
It's so cute. But Stormy now going to be dragging the backlines of Crab. Also going to be stalling in, but guess what? Guess what? Goodbye, Uni. He tried going for the snipe, but they go in for the aggression. Legendary for Innocent. Just got his GDS as well, and the Lord secured. Everything is going absolutely right for the Giants.
8K lead, 9 minutes going to 10 minutes into this game. A Lord crashing down. They're going to get an inhibitor off of this. And if things go wrong for MV, then SRG ends the game. Unless MV, they can deter them. What do they sacrifice?
I think they have to sacrifice Fakes, man. They gotta sacrifice him, you know, pop the Nether Realm, save someone, and then force a fight. Because as of yet, it's not happening. And for now, I think Yums' job is to isolate their targets with that. And now Cram getting dragged back in. But again, it's only an export. Like, do you want to use everything just to kill an export and get counter engage on? It's tough.
Wow.
It is tough. But now, with the Lord coming in, they're trying to make a play. Fakes, preemptively using the Shadow Stampede. He's not going to be able to drag anyone in, but here he comes. Isolation. Zeno, he's gone. He is gone. He's not going to be able to do much here. The Nether Realm a little bit late here coming in from Fakes. They are going to be able to counterplay as well, but the Minon's Rage is trying to stop aggression. But again, Skies, he won't be able to find a pickup. SRG, they're just poking and peeling one by one, bits by bits, slowly finding the right targets, and eventually they found 2. And now they even find an inhibitor. Can they go for more? The health's a little bit low. MV has Fakes back with that low respawn time.
Yep, but now it's 4-17 in terms of kill score with an 11K gold lead. I think this is the GG push right here, right? Well, second empowered wave coming through as well.
Yep, they're gonna try. Fakes tries to go for the Shadow Stampede, but Ruff connects to does a decent amount of damage, but they can't regenerate off that. But SRG says it's not worth it. Let's play a little bit safe here, but at the same time, while they're resetting, get a little bit more greedy, Yums and Stormy setting up an ambush, and they're taunting their best friends. Aww, what's up, friends? Nice to meet you.
If they wanted to, I think that SRG would have, I mean, Yums in particular, if he was still with Todak, he probably would have been like, I'm going to flicker and final slash and get like 4 people here. He could have absolutely done so, but I think this is a much safer option, right? Don't need to waste our resources. No reason to do so. We have all our ultimates. We have all our battle spells. We'll let Monster Vicious go for another refresh, but if we kill them in front of the Lord, it's basically GG well played for MV.
Now, I really like how Selangor Red Giants is realizing that... Wait a minute. What is that damage from Innocent, Cram, and Stormy? They're all fighting for #1 right now. What is that damage? That's crazy.
I think that's the challenge, right? Cram now out damaging Innocent. He's like, what you gonna do about it, buddy? You better catch up, keep up with the race.
In this case, Cram. Oh no, Zeno Mao, a small little dinosaur. He needs his stacks. He can't find stacks. This is not good. But even with stacks, Selangor Red Giants has been shredding him. Nah. Oh boy, Yums.
Dude, Innocent is 12, 0, and 2. He's level 15. Sakai's is level 15.
They're all maxed out, man. They're all maxed out. But seems like a bomb lane here. Sky's most secure to Lord Cram. Already delaying here. He pops his Firaga armor. Does not have immortality. But again, Monster Vicious is like, I don't care. I'm just going to farm my armor back. I've got all your minions, Monster Vicious. I've got all your creeps.
This is looking real unplayable right now. Innocent is too strong. I think he can 2v1 very easily, even if we take one of the stronger members from MV, which is Uni at this point of time, and Xenomao. It just doesn't matter, right? Fix is too far behind. He doesn't have enough magic damage to really threaten Innocent. And even so, Innocent still has enough lifesteal to keep himself alive.
Oh, Fix is trying to drag Cram out of position. And every single time Fix walks forward, SRG realizes that that's exactly what we're going to do. We're not giving it to you. And it's tough. Fix may need to make a little bit more of an aggressive play. But now, Zeno going for the catch here. Final stash! Yums! They're going to start for the fight as well. Zeno Mao catches on Cram, but again, it is the Firaga armor that is saving them here as well. NetherRealm completely chunked through. Innocent focus on the turret as well. Skies, they find Zeno Mao. They find another one. SRG taking too much damage, but Monster Vicious, they're holding on. They need to keep Fix alive. He's going to go down. They managed to defend against the creep waves, but SRG, they're so low. Can they hold on? They're going to try to make a play as well. Yums with the conceal. They're going to go for a dive. Grab. They fight rough. But Uni says, freebies for me. I'm going to kill them all. But Sky still survives. The Winter Trunken to lose the Crystal aggro right at the last pixel. They know they've lost the war. But we will finish the Crystal and take the game away from the monsters. SRG, the Giants that's playing with their food, they are still #1.
Man. The craziest part is that the only underperformer from the side of SRG, if Coach Arcadia, as well as Azora Vecchi, were going to be a little more critical, is Stormy, why didn't you win your ego challenge against Uni? You were going 1v1, you should have won that. The poor guy dies at the very end, but man, this was a really tough one. SRG, clearly in a category of their own.
Oh, a battle of friendship now, celebrating their victory as the fans from the SRG clapping and showing the support. What a dominating performance. As now the fist bumps over. I'm curious to see what SRG has to say. As you can see, the fans are cheering them on. Their success, chanting for SRG. Let's see how they feel as we pass it over to the host with Rose.
Selangor Red Giants is a team that keeps on giving. Sekali lagi 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh, 6 match win streak. Guys, a round of applause. Wow, okay. First of all, semua sihat?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Alright, very good. Okay, so, guys, depan sikit. Okay. Ramai orang tengah cakap sekarang that Sekais is one of the best junglers we have dekat MPL Malaysia. You rasa statement ni, you setuju ke tak? Kalau tak, siapa yang sepatutnya #1? Kalau you setuju, siapa yang you rasanya boleh fight awak dalam #1 position ni?
For me, personally, I just focus myself to play. The best thing, or I mean the title, apa semua tu saya just serahkan kepada community or netizen lah yang letakkan.
Wow, kita punya Skies ni budak humble. So, dia cakap bagi community decide. Community setuju ke tak dengan statement ni that Skies is one of the best junglers? The community has spoken. Alright, can we please have Stormy? Stormy going up against Haru and Subway just now. How was it like? And you know, did you expect to dominate that game because you know how Subway plays, being friends for so long?
Apa? Tak dengar.
Tak dengar? Okay, so tadi you lawan Subway dengan Haru kan? So you expect tak Subway main macam tu dan did it make the game easier? Sebab you dah tahu cara playstyle Subway.
We just focus on ourselves. That's it.
Tu je?
Yeah.
Any words to Subway?
Good luck.
Okay, I'm not done with you. Next week, you guys will be going up against King Empire Esports. Your two ex-teammates, Sasa and Smooth. If there is anything you want to tell them, apa tu?
Gorgeous ada.
Ui! Come on, Gorgeous. Gorgeous, the crowd is cheering for Gorgeous. Apa yang you nak cakap in representative of Stormy kepada Sasa dengan Smooth dan the entire KGE?
Ni representative kan?
Representative. Wakil Stormy.
Okay. Saya tahu apa Stormy nak cakap.
Okay, depan sikit. Dia tahu Stormy nak cakap apa. Chemistry diorang 99% guys, ingat. Go.
Okay lah. I think we do a simple math lah.
Okay.
Kita orang lawan Homeboys, siapa menang? Kita orang menang.
Betul?
Homeboys lawan KGE, siapa menang? So, tahu sendiri lah.
Okay. Stormy, as wakil, Gorgeous baru je wakil awak. Setuju ke tak dengan statement tu? Setuju! So I guess you all know what's happening lah kan minggu depan. Okay, put that aside. Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. Alright, in 3, 2, 1. Kita punya MVP ialah, dah nampak dah dari baju. Innocent. Game after game, match after match, you are showing everybody who is the better gold laner in MPL Malaysia. In your opinion, who do you think comes close or is gonna give you a threat in the gold lane?
I think no one.
No one?
Yeah. Even Nets, you see.
Even who?
Even Nets.
Oh, even Nets. Wow, this team don't choose their opponents. Okay, can we please pass it to Becky? Becky, tadi I nampak you tengah pegang folder. Okay, lepas tu ada meme. Lepas tu masa Innocent dapat MVP ada meme lagi. I rasa tu awak punya kerja. Sebenarnya siapa yang fikir pasal meme daripada side SRG? Because I can just say, you guys, your memes, it's so good. So who's the mastermind?
I'm the mastermind of memes.
Who's the mastermind of drafting?
Akadia is the mastermind of drafting.
Okay, adorang cover all bases. Okay, now we are seeing...
Different job desk.
Different job desk. Now that we are seeing a lot of interesting picks from the side of SRG, will this continue on in the upcoming matches, or are you guys actually reserving a lot of strats for the upcoming playoffs?
We are reserving a lot of strategies for playoff, and then we are still preparing Joyce, our secret pick for everybody.
Ooh, okay. All right, thank you, Yums. Yeah, Yums. Okay, Yums. Sebagai salah satu calon untuk Hotlink X MPL My Jago All Star, apa yang you nak cakap dekat fans suruh dorang undi awal sebab 4 captain dalam MPL MY akan buat team sendiri dan memain dalam MPL All-Star punya match ni. Ada prize pool lagi. So, suruhlah fans korang undi. Come on, Yums. I rasa ni Gorgeous kena wakil sekali lagi. Dia jadi spokesperson dorang sekarang. Okay, Gorgeous depan.
So untuk semua orang yang dekat dalam stadium ni ataupun yang tengah-tengah MPL MY, tolonglah undi Yumski sebab Yumski memang one of the best captain.
Wow! Alright, thank you very much and please. Oh, kejap. Oh,
Innocent.
Oh, Innocent ada kata-kata. Okay, let's go Innocent.
Aku dingin banget, Cuk.
Alright, thank you so much to Selangor Red Giants. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Ish. Budak-budak ni kan, tak pernah tak nakal. Betul tak? Kan? They're also naughty, but we all love the vibe that they bring to MPL MY. Dan itu dia, permainan penutup untuk minggu diraja kita. Selangor Red Giants masih lagi mengekalkan win streak 2 berbalas kosong mereka. Still staying at the #1 spot this regular season. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters for them to dissect what happened in this series. Casters, silakan.
Well, naughty? I don't think so. But as of now, we're witnessing a making of a potential playful king as Selangor Red Giants, an uncrowned king thus far, looking to claim a crown for their own. As of yet, Innocent, undeniably the MVP here. We've got the Maniac again, and this week, the king-making week has all about maniacs and maniacs and maniacs, a fight for who is the best killer. But now, we haven't seen a Savage yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen that Savage just yet. I was hoping that maybe this week might just be the week that we do achieve it, but it gets too close. And still, even so, has been denied away from Innocent a couple of times thanks to Stormy. But regardless, it is very clear that Innocent is one of the most dominant laners. He hasn't lost his lane ever.
Yeah.
Ever since his debut here in the MPL MY, really making sure that there is a gold diff in every single game. But let's go into the item build because I have a bit of a theory here. Notice very quickly all the KDAs coming up from the side of SRG, and notice the length of their hair accordingly.
Yeah, well...
Think about it. Think about it. Innocent has the longest hair. He has the highest KDA.
Okay.
Yums has slightly shorter hair than Innocent. Catches up pretty quick in terms of the assists. Stormy's hair has grown down from this particular portrait. 15 assists. Sakai's having the shortest hair amongst all 5 of them. 11 assists and 2 kills. And guess who has longer hair than Sakai's? You got that right, boy. Hair equals KDA. Hair equals KDA. I repeat, that is my theory. That is